Good morning. Bills rookie minicamp will take place down at One Bills Drive later today. Our own Sal Capaccio will be live, providing updates on all the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of the Bills rookie minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Washington Capitals even up their series with the Carolina Hurricanes, winning 3-1. The two teams will play Game 3 tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Carolina. And late last night, the Edmonton Oilers won Game 2 in overtime over the Vegas Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. Former Sabre Victor Olofsson scoring his first two career NHL playoff goals in the loss. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and will play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 win over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed the game for the Warriors, and his status for Game 3 is unlikely at this time. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers and Cleveland Cavaliers tip off for Game 3 at 7:30. Pacers lead that 2-0, and the Thunder and Nuggets tip off in Colorado at 10 o'clock. That series is tied at one game each. Over in the NHL, the Toronto Maple Leafs head down to Florida for Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Dallas Stars and Winnipeg Jets square off in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I appreciate the delivery of Joe's unbelievable there. Like he's saying it to the universe.
Disappointed.
Get a load of this guy. Unbelievable. Hey, it's Jeremy and Joe, but Nate is in for Joe. Joe's off today. Nate Geary is here. What's up, Nate?
What's up? How we doing?
We're all right. You know, it's a Friday.
It is a Friday, isn't it?
You're in a vest?
Always.
You playing right after the show?
No.
Okay.
Maybe later. Not right after.
We're both, as we normally are, dressed as if we're about to play golf after the show.
You never know.
I am going to a little later today. Yes, I'm playing with Owen and Josh. We're going out and playing today.
Delaware Golf Club?
No.
Oh.
No. We're on the road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, big road game. So, you know, it's going to be nice this weekend. Is it going to not rain? Is it looking
supposedly
like we might get a free and clear weekend?
Supposedly we will have our first full rain-free weekend since November.
Great. And then temps next week hit the 80s.
Well, let's see.
Yeah.
Hold my breath on that.
All right. Mid-70s, upper 70s, 80s. I've got 3 days here with a high of the upper 70s. So
good.
Yeah. May, bring it on.
Have we made it?
Through the bad stuff?
Because, last time I was on the show, I think I proclaimed that we made it. And that was 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and then we didn't make it.
And then we did not make it.
But now we've made it.
I feel very good about saying we've made it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think we've made it. Well, you're in for Joe today, and we've got Sal coming up at 7. He will recap a conversation he had with Sean McDermott. McDermott joined Sal and Matt Bove on the Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast that they post. And really great long-form kind of interview with McDermott. Not even talking a ton of football, but some stuff in there. So we'll talk to Sal about that. Rookie camp's underway. We have the Bills' rookie numbers. We have the schedule for the schedule release, which is fun. The schedule release has also become more about the broadcast partners release, really more than anything. Which streaming venue gets which game. I feel like the schedule of the schedule is more about that. First up is NBC, then is Fox, then Netflix, then Amazon. They all have their own announcements about a game they're going to get.
Peacock.
YouTube is going to stream, from what I'm reading at ProFootballTalk.com, YouTube will stream the Brazil game for free. Everybody's going to get the game from Brazil for free on YouTube. So there you go.
That's nice of them.
That's right.
They paid all that money, and then they're just going to give it away for free.
They're going to give it away for free.
Nice.
Your first taste is free for YouTube.
Nice.
They're going to stream that for free. That's the report.
But you're definitely going to have to do we're going to sign you up for the 7-day free trial or something.
That's a good question.
You're going to sign up.
Maybe. You're going to have to submit an email.
Yeah,
or
at least one email is going to have to be submitted for you to get out of that.
Well, I already have YouTube TV, so I probably would have had it anyway.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Yep. As long as they don't make me create a new password,
then
that's fine.
Yeah, you're golden.
So we've got that coming up. Sal at 7. The great Dane Smith joining us at 8:30. The Bandits are waiting for their opponent in the NLL Finals. So we'll chat with him. They got some time and going to wait until next week, really, for the NLL Finals. And, some other stuff along the way. We've got football to get to, the NHL playoffs, a Chris Pronger as the GM idea that the guys on After the Whistle floated, Andrew and Craig, which
saw that
reminded me that I should go back and find it 2 months ago. I did tweet at Chris Pronger, "Do you want the Sabres job?" I forgot that I had done that.
Just not wrong, just early.
Just because he's...
Yeah.
All right, we'll go to that right away.
Might as well.
Pronger is all of a sudden very online and very engaged in debating sports fans, Leaf fans, Sabres fans. You could just, during a game, tweet at Pronger and he'll write back. And I don't know if it is just the kind of thing we do where we fill in the gaps, but Chris Pronger's out there talking with Sabres fans how the team's not tough enough. Okay.
What would you do?
Do you want the job? There's reported that Kevin Adams might be moved to a different role, and Eric Staal comes on as an assistant, and maybe there's going to be somebody brought in for an advisory. Okay.
Assistant to the general manager.
Yeah, sure. A lot of restructuring. Give me Chris Pronger. Is that the ultimate? Here's a question for everybody out there. It's a Friday, and we're talking Sabres GM and all that stuff, but quickly. Is that the sucker bet, or is that fine because that's how it goes? Because I have officially moved to the place where if you told me a group of 3 to 4 NHL greats from 2006 were going to now be in charge of the team, I would think that's a great idea.
I wouldn't.
What's the problem with it?
I don't have a real reason to push back on any idea.
Aren't a lot of front offices, a bunch of former players, and in this case, you would, instead of your own alumni, which you could do that. I've sat here and said, does Ryan Miller want the job?
Sure.
The idea that Eric Staal is back, after sitting with it for a day, made me realize, okay, so one of the prominent hockey families in the world, Staal's, he now works for the Sabres. And, when he goes out and about around town, like, oh, you're at the Sabres these days, huh? How things are... Oh, yeah, we're turning it around.
Mm-hmm.
If I owned the Sabres, to me, like, that would seem like
something you'd want to do.
Sure. Yeah. Well, not just an ambassador, but somebody with hockey credibility to work with Kevin Adams. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's as good an idea as any, fully understanding that might be the sucker bet. But, here we are with the point where the drought is long enough that I don't think the sucker bet really scares anybody anymore because they've tried a lot of stuff.
Doesn't scare me.
No.
I'm, in fact, not scared to do anything. I just would like something. I feel like that's kind of what we've all been clamoring for. Like last week, or maybe it was like Wednesday or earlier this week, tweeted out like which of these droughts are worse. The 17-year Bills playoff drought or the current Sabres playoff drought. And part of my argument for being the Sabres was that they kind of stopped caring about selling hope. There hasn't really been a thing. Like during the Bills drought, I know these, in hindsight, are kind of funny, but like the whole Rex Ryan thing was like, it was a pursuit, and he was a name, and he was at least some level of credibility for the new owner to have as his head coach and face the franchise. He made funny things in the media, and you were like, okay, like here's something. They trapped Mario Williams into a room and made him sign the largest contract ever for a defensive player. That was like, okay, they drafted Willis McGahee. That was fun for a hot minute. Like there were just like spurts of, hey, we're gonna give you something here. This is shut you up, get you back, and keep you here until week 6 until we start having blackouts again.
Did you say T.O. yet?
T.O. They gave him the key to the city. I would love for the Sabres to get someone here we'd have to consider having the new mayor provide them the key to the city. That's hope.
Who is the NHL's TO? Don't get sidetracked by that. I'm thinking about that for a minute.
So I guess where I would just like is at least an acknowledgement of, guys, we haven't sold you anything in a while. This one's on the house. Yeah. This one I don't think Chris Pronger really does that. But if it's like a move for him to be the GM, that's a little hope. That's selling something.
I don't know if he's qualified.
I don't even know either.
The last GM went in as a first-time GM. The previous GM went a first-time GM. The previous GM was a first-time GM. They hire first-time GMs all the time.
Yep.
So anybody to front office, we'll see.
Just sell me something. Sell me something different instead of making me just line up and it's prison meal line. That's what we're doing with the Sabres.
There's one spot where this is usually a time of year, and maybe this is a statement about how not just about where fans are with the Sabres, and here we are talking about them, so apologies. But this is the time of year where almost every year I would get the guys, I'm watching the playoffs, and it's pretty clear how far away the Sabres are. That was a routine call, 10 calls, 100 tweets, that exact sentence, and I have not seen that one time this postseason. Not one. Now, that doesn't mean people don't feel that way. It might mean that they just don't send it to me. Or it might mean that they don't even really compare it and think about it the same way that we used to. Yeah. They'd miss by 3 points, and we'd say, what are we worried about? If they had made it, come on.
They're getting swept.
Right. This team is not on the level of insert XYZ. Instead, the only thing I saw to this kind of idea was that the Sabres, what are they, not better than the Blues? They could have done that. Why can't they be the Blues, who went to 7 games against Winnipeg and then lost in overtime of Game 7? So
they're good enough to blow a 3-1 lead in the third period in the Game 7.
Yes.
They're good enough for that.
Some people would long for that.
Wouldn't we?
I'm over here watching you go through life as a Knicks fan right now.
Yeah.
Wondering, how's that like? To live and die.
We're trying to manufacture humility as Knicks fans. We're like, I'm just walked into the series going, hey, they're probably going to get swept. Maybe we pull one game out of this. Let's just be self-aware about who we are. Let's enjoy the fact that they're in the second round of the playoffs. And then the first game happened, and the same thing. It was like, we won our game early in the series. And now I'm still not over the edge of I think that they're actually going to win the series. But, that's fun watching your team play in the playoffs, meaningful games.
I bet. Are you pacing?
Oh, yeah. And I went out to dinner on Wednesday night and had the game on the phone despite the looks of my girlfriend and some of the other people at the table. Sorry, guys, it's the fourth quarter. I know we're down 20, but I'm going to throw this on. And I'm going to watch
Not only, I know we're down 20, we were 2 days ago, too, but they won that game.
They won that game. I got to watch
And they probably said, well, there's no chance they're going to do that again.
Right.
Of course they did.
They did.
Well, you're living a playoff life over there.
It's nice.
I'm over here looking at the NFL schedule release. Now I'm watching the Sabres, the NHL playoffs as well.
I will say both the NBA and NHL playoffs have been
incredible.
Fantastic.
Incredible.
Multiple Game 7s. The NBA playoffs are as good as they've been in a long time.
It's been comebacks. It's been last night. So I woke up this morning to the Vegas Edmonton game last night was electric. It was great. And I woke up this morning to an Elliot Friedman tweet that said, Draisaitl wins it for Edmonton. It's okay, that must have been overtime, and Draisaitl wins it. And if you've not yet seen this goal, you've not?
I have not.
Allow me to tell you that, all due respect to Elliot Friedman, who is the best, but Draisaitl wins it, undersells what happens on this play greatly. What happens is it's McDavid and Draisaitl on a 2-on-1.
Stop me if you heard that.
And McDavid does one of those looping back and then hit super warp speed, and he dusts Eichel into the center of the earth and then feeds Draisaitl for an open tap.
Wow, yeah, just literally, I pulled the video up. You commentated it perfectly at the, yes.
Listen, people around here like to poke fun at Jack Eichel for whatever reason they want to. That's totally in bounds and fair. But I don't know. I don't know that a human forward on earth has a chance against McDavid at that speed. What are you supposed to do? He got what, a 30-yard head start?
Trip him
to go full speed, face on face with room on both sides at a forward. That is Derrick Henry in the open field against me. That is, it's over.
Seeing McDavid wind it up like that.
Oh my God.
The nightmare fuel of every hockey player other than Leon Draisaitl.
Yes.
Like, everybody else on the planet sees McDavid take that little neutral zone loop and get low for that little outlet pass from his D, and he's moving. You got to get out of the way.
I will say,
Eichel should have laid down on the ice.
Yes,
that
avoid embarrassment.
Literally, probably the best move.
Or lay down, make him jump over you.
Yes.
Right. Make him jump a hurdle. That's all you can do. You're a hurdle for him to jump over. And then, as a goalie, seeing that coming, he's coming
supposed to do?
So fast, you can't play the pass at all.
Yeah.
Because he's flying at you.
It's the first time I've felt bad for Jack Eichel since he's left. I felt bad for him on that one.
I mean, it's not. It's a 2-on-2 because right there's a defenseman back. It's a 2-on-2 that turns into a 2-on-1, and the goalie has no chance.
No,
it's over.
Zero chance.
It's just over.
There. Like, you see Hill dive, his sticks flying through the air.
Over.
He's gone.
Yep.
It's
Eichel
insane.
and former Sabres Eichel and Victor Olofsson had been putting on a show in this game, and McDavid just too good. It's watching. If you haven't seen the clip yet, go find it. Watch him curl back like Owen says, and then I kind of want slow-mo so I can see the number of times that McDavid takes a step, because it's almost like the cartoon. Your feet go zzz, and then you shoot off 100 miles an hour. How many steps do you take? 200 little tiny steps with his feet as he builds his speed. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. And can he do what he almost did last year and carry them the whole way? I mean, we have other great players that are in there too. He's not alone. Dreisaitl's pretty great.
He's right. He might win the Hart.
Can those two do it again and get them to the brink of the Stanley Cup?
They're I don't know. I don't think they're ever going to win it.
Edmonton?
Yeah.
Because of their goalie or because of what?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I just felt like if they were going to win it was going to be, last year?
I don't know. I mean, they're in the second round. They're up 2-0 after road wins.
And it felt like Vegas was kind of favored going into that series.
Yep.
And they have not. Yeah. I don't know. I kind of don't ever want them to win.
Why? You don't want McDavid to win?
Especially because Jack has already won.
Yeah.
There's just something about that draft that will always, we don't have a lot else.
Are you also rooting against Mitch Marner to win one?
I don't ever want Toronto to win.
Hannafin? Is the whole draft class?
I simply can't watch Hannafin win one. No, it's just that draft class. Jack's got it. I don't know. It's not that I root against Connor McDavid. He's an unbelievable player. When he's on TV, I love to watch. I think I'd like for him to be on to another team before he wins the Stanley Cup. Like, he finally moves on somewhere and then wins the Stanley Cup.
Wow.
Almost like an Elway situation where it's at the end. He's on his last legs and he finally wins one. Steve Young.
Boy.
We need a good late career story in the NHL.
A will he get it done story?
Yes.
Yeah, that didn't happen for Crosby. And Ovechkin, it went long enough, but he got it.
Yeah.
He's still alive for this year, too. The McDavid play. It's play of the night. Draisaitl wins it. The headline at NHL.com is Leon King. Hold on a minute, guys. Hold on. That was a McDavid game. I mean, sure. He gets more credit for what happened on that play than Draisaitl did. Anyway. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Edmonton wins in overtime 5-4. Carolina lost Washington tonight, Toronto and Florida. Toronto taking a step forward. Speaking of who you're rooting for, yesterday in the afternoon show they talked about this a bit. Toronto wins tonight, it's chokehold on the way to the conference final. I mean, they're up 2-0 and on the road in Florida tonight. Big test for them. You don't want Toronto to win? I'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with it.
I want them to never win. I'm upset that they won the first series. There's something right about them losing in the playoffs. It's almost like if they keep winning, it's a recession indicator. Like, we should worry about a recession.
Right.
If Toronto gets to a Stanley Cup, we should worry about that.
I think I'd be in for
the financial markets might absolutely plunge into oblivion.
Just because of the
Just
Leafs
because
somehow?
of the Leafs. Yeah.
I think I'd be into it. Edmonton, Toronto, who do you root for?
That would be Armageddon for me.
You would hate it.
I would hate it. But
And I
at the
think
same time, I think that would be the best possible matchup for the NHL.
Yes, I think so too.
Two huge Canadian markets, especially Toronto fans would be coming out of the woodwork if they were in the Stanley Cup.
Yep. Like Yankee
Oh, yeah,
fans.
I've been a Toronto fan for 15 years.
Well, in that case, they probably have a lot out there.
Yeah.
I think I'd be, yeah.
An all-Canadian Stanley Cup would be...
Who would I want to win out of the East ahead of them? Not really anybody. Carol, all right, if you want a rooting interest and you want to do this, Buffalo fans, this is dirty to say it, but I'll just go for it. If you want the Bills of that sport to win, then you should root for Carolina.
Yeah, they are the Bills.
They have been very good for a lot of years, and they have not been far enough, and they don't have their cup. Mm-hmm. I mean, granted, they got one that you might remember in 2006.
They do.
I think that the Hurricanes are like, okay, it's the year of the team that's been good for a while breaking through. That's Carolina. They're always good.
Yeah, I don't like them either, but I would rather see Toronto than Carolina.
I think I would too.
But yeah, I agree with you. They've been waiting. They've been knocking on the door and then absolutely falling short in the playoffs.
Yeah,
every year
they've not made a cup final.
No.
I think they got to a conference final once in the last however long. It's been a while for Carolina.
And Brendamore still being there, great coach. I mean, if they let Brendamore go, 2 years ago or last year when they re-signed him and there was questions about whether or not he would be back. In the NHL, to keep hitting your head where they've hit their head, which is not really getting to conference finals.
Yeah, they got to it in 2023 and in 2019.
But, they're kind of hitting their head in the first and second round.
Most of their losses are second round.
Yeah.
Second round in 19 and 20 and 22 and 24.
Usually coaches don't make it that long in the NHL. The NHL is, pretty historically impatient at head coach.
Chew up a coach and spit him out.
But he's part of the complication with that, I mean, he's a franchise legend. So that kind of also makes it difficult. But, yeah, Carolina. I don't know. I have a hard time rooting for them, obviously, for obvious reasons. I'm not as, I would say, dramatic about it as Joe is. But I know it ruined Joe's childhood. So, it didn't feel good for me, but I wasn't as impressionable at that age. I'm older than Joe. So, I still had my feelings intact.
Yeah. It's tough to carry around that level of hate for
that long. It's a long time to carry that kind of hate.
It really is.
It's respectable, though.
It's also... one of the reasons is it's hard to carry around because nobody really individually has been in your own way. So you're not mad for Bills fans in the drought, Tom Brady existed for most of it.
Yeah.
You could hate him the whole way.
Whole time. There is a 2-week period of Joe's life and a lot of Sabres fans' life where Carolina ruined a lot of things, but it was 2 weeks. It's not like they've killed you for 15 years now.
No, that's right.
They also haven't won a game there.
It was a couple weeks,
years,
but it was 2 decades of realizing that it's just bad luck.
Yeah, and that was kind of your shot.
Yeah, a lot of bad luck there.
Yeah.
Anyway, 803-0550, the NHL playoffs underway, the NBA, they're both incredible, and if you got to see that McDavid winner the Draisaitl winner against Vegas last night. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Congratulations to Victor Olofsson, who found the score sheet, former Sabre. Okay, today, we'll get to the schedule stuff. We also have the Bills' numbers, and there's a big-time mistake from one of the rookies, not the Bills rookie. There's a rookie out there that's wearing a terrible number, and you should fade him in all your fantasy drafts because he's on the Bears, and he's wearing the wrong number. We'll get to that. But the Bills numbers are in. We'll have some fun with Bills numbers. We will talk with Sal at 7, Dhane Smith at 8:30. And, just a run-of-the-mill Friday where we're hanging out and chatting with you here on WGR. I woke up this morning to an Elliot Friedman tweet that said, Draisaitl wins it for Edmonton. It's like, okay, that must have been overtime, and Draisaitl wins it. And if you've not yet seen this goal, you've not?
I have not.
Allow me to tell you that, all due respect to Elliot Friedman, who is the best, but Draisaitl wins it, undersells what happens on this play. Greatly. What happens is, it's McDavid and Draisaitl on a 2-on-1.
Stop me if you heard that.
And McDavid does one of those looping back and then hit super warp speed, and he dusts Eichel into the center of the earth and then feeds Draisaitl for an open tap.
Wow, yeah, just literally, I pulled the video up. You commentated it perfectly at the, yes.
Listen, people around here like to poke fun at Jack Eichel for whatever reason they want to. That's totally in bounds and fair. But I don't know that a human forward on earth has a chance against McDavid at that speed. What are you supposed to do? He got, what, a 30-yard head start?
Trip him.
To go full speed, face on face with room on both sides at a forward. That is Derrick Henry in the open field against me. That is, it's over.
Seeing McDavid wind it up like that.
Oh, my God.
The nightmare fuel of every hockey player other than Leon Draisaitl.
Yes.
Like, everybody else on the planet sees McDavid take that little neutral zone loop and get low for that little outlet pass from his D, and he's moving. You got to get out of the way.
I will say,
Eichel should have laid down on the ice.
Yes,
to
avoid embarrassment.
Literally, probably the best move.
Or lay down, make him jump over you.
Yes.
Right. Make him jump a hurdle. That's all you can do. You're a hurdle for him to jump over. And then, as a goalie, seeing that coming, he's coming in so fast, you can't play the pass at all.
Yeah.
Because he's flying at you.
It's the first time I've felt bad for Jack Eichel since he's left. I felt bad for him on that one.
I mean, it's not. It's a 2-on-2 because right there's a defenseman back. It's a 2-on-2 that turns into a 2-on-1, and the goalie has no chance.
No,
it's over.
Zero chance.
Should we start with Staal? Are you getting through this okay? The real feel to you is that the Sabres have franchises folded. It's just how they hired Eric Staal, but your real feel is that the franchise is gone and has died.
It's just they're being run by the 06 Hurricanes.
Right.
Like, someone had a funny tweet on this, like where a lot of teams just bring back their old players, like, and create an old boys club to run the franchise. And the Sabres are doing that with the 2006 Carolina Hurricanes, of all teams.
It's only 2 people
so far. What's Brett Hedican doing? He's going to get a job in this organization.
Would you take it? Would you take it if it got Brindamore as the coach?
Maybe. He's the one guy that I would really want Brindamore as the coach, but it wouldn't feel good. That's the thing. It's such a special assistant to the general manager. He's Dwight Schrute, assistant to the manager. And yet, it's like, I got Eric Staal back working for the organization. It was gross enough that he got to wear the Sabre uniform at some point in time. And now he is in the organization. It is not like a real, impactful thing on what's going to happen with this hockey team. It's just, though, like, I don't know. This all stinks for fans for 15 years. And even the little things, they do get magnified because they're terrible. I understand that. But it's like even the little things just have to go like a way that you don't like. The lottery the other night. Zero expectation that they were going to win that lottery.
And they go down 2.
They go down 2 spots. Sweet, of course. 5% chance that was going to happen. There it is. You go down 2 spots. Congratulations. And then 2 nights later, it's, remember that team that you never, ever want to think about because they have your cup? Feels like they have your cup. Yeah, well, we're just going to hire their best player. Yeah, he lives here now. He's going to be working for the organization. Just, it doesn't feel good.
Bills rookies hit the field today at Bills Rookie Minicamp, taking place down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will be providing live updates on all the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of the Bills Rookie Minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Capitals even up their series against the Hurricanes 3-1. The two teams will play Game 3 tomorrow in Carolina. Late last night, the Oilers won Game 2 in overtime over the Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. The Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 win over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed that game, and his status for Game 3 is unknown at this time. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers and Cleveland Cavaliers tip off for Game 3 at 7:30. Pacers lead that series 2-0. And Thunder and Nuggets tipped off in Colorado at 10 o'clock. That series is tied at 1 game each. And over in the NHL, the Maple Leafs head down to Florida for Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Stars and Jets square off in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Bouchard, who forces him off the puck. Hyman has hit the crossbar. McDavid a goal post here in the OT. McDavid beats one man to the net. Turns Hyman! Scores! Game 2 to Edmonton. Final 5-4 in overtime.
The Oilers have a comeback win in every game in the playoffs. They fall behind, they win. Did it again. Up 2-0 on Vegas. It's Jeremy and Joe. Nate Geary is in for Joe today. Bills rookie camp begins today. Sal Capaccio joining us at 7 o'clock to preview that and also recap a conversation he and Matt Bove had with Bills head coach Sean McDermott. They had the It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast, and McDermott sat down with them for nearly an hour to talk about all things Bills. And in there, got some good nuggets from McDermott on his mindset, his approach, all that stuff. So we'll get some of the highlights there, and we'll talk about it with Sal. We also have the Bills rookie numbers. Everybody's got their numbers.
That's right.
I am very happy to report I don't see a bad number in the bunch. Although some positions might be immune to bad numbers, but here are your Bills rookies. Shout out the first name of who it reminds you of. Or like who you'll have to mentally say, oh, okay, that's not blank anymore. Now that's Max Hairston. Max Hairston, 31.
It's Rasul.
It is Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, it's Rasul.
Is it Jarris Bird, too?
Yeah, but first things, recency bias.
Okay. And what running back would have worn 31? Some along the way would have worn 31.
Sammy Morris?
That might be right. Here's a fun one. 37. Jordan Hancock is going to wear 37.
It's Larry Centers.
I did not hear you. I did not.
Really?
I did not have you going for Larry Centers.
Really?
No.
It was immediate.
It's not wrong. I can't think of another 37 off the top of my head for the Bills.
Is it bad that I thought of Casey Middlestad immediately for some reason?
You know what? Hey, he would have worn a jersey like this at the World Juniors.
Yes, he would have.
So you're gonna be watching Bills games like, who made that tackle? Middlestad? Oh, geez, no, I gotta get out of my head. That's Jordan Hancock.
Damn it!
All right. Dorian Strong, 43. That's Terrell Bernard.
I was gonna say Byron Scott.
Get ready, because Terrell Bernard switching to number 8
is gonna be. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Can I tell you a funny conversation I had with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on this? So we do a show on YouTube and as part of the Lockdown Bills podcast. It's Bills Squad. It's twice a week. We have like a round table. And Joe is a big numbers guy. He cares about numbers. And he's kind of saying like, Terrell Bernard should have kept 43.
Yeah.
He's not a very big linebacker, and 8's a small number. And I, half kidding, suggested, and I'm still kind of half kidding, if Derrick Henry bursts through the hole and sees 8, doesn't he think, ooh, that's a defensive back?
Yeah, sure.
So one of two ways this could go. Terrell Bernard is trying to lure players into thinking he's a DB and then making the play. Or, he's not the biggest linebacker. But anyway, Get ready for Terrell Bernard to be wearing number 8.
I thought that 43 was barely a linebacker number, but
Well, Dorian Strong's going to wear it now. Chase Lunt, 77. I don't know.
I do. Why can't I think of his name?
Jamie Nails. No, he was 74.
Who was the guard?
Dolphin. Yeah.
Who was the guard the Bills drafted, then traded to Cleveland? He became an All-Pro. Miles Teller.
Wyatt Teller. Miles Teller's an actor.
Yes, the actor. Yes. So Wyatt Teller, 77. Otherwise,
Jamie Nails was 74.
77.
Caden Prather.
Okay.
81. Peerless Price. Peerless Price.
Yeah.
Somebody's worn it since Peerless, right?
T.O.
All right. It's the second time in 36 minutes
that we've dropped
T.O. has
in the
been
show.
forgotten and then dropped. Caden Prather, 81. The tight end, Jackson Hawes, 85.
Jay Remersma.
Oh, wrong answer.
Okay.
It's not wrong, but it's a wrong answer. That's Lee Smith.
Come on. All right. I mean,
That's the perfect tribute.
I guess.
Jackson Hawes, the best blocking tight end.
That is a good point. It's a good tribute.
He's wearing,
it is a good tribute.
That's Lee Smith.
That guy gets history.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
And then T.J. Sanders. I've got a couple more. T.J. Sanders, 98.
Star Lotulelei or Latulele. Just really depends on how you want to say it.
Dion Walker, the Bills' fourth-round defensive tackle, 96.
96.
Like,
That feels like an obscure
is it
number.
like Quentin Jefferson? I don't know. Who's wearing 96? All-time Bills, 96. Boogie Basham.
Thinking of a linebacker. Posey?
Jeff Posey.
Jeff Posey. I'm pretty sure was 96.
You're going for Jeff Posey. That is correct.
Wow.
That is correct, yes. Also would have accepted John DiGiorgio
Sure.
for a little bit of time. Leon Seals, a good answer here for Bills
Leon
fans.
Seals a fantastic answer.
Yes. Terrell Troop.
Jeff
briefly.
Posey.
And then Landon Jackson, 94.
Oh, Mario.
And Schobel.
And Schobel.
Listen.
I think it should be Schobel that you think of.
Jackson wearing 94 is a good...
There's some good history with
That
that
number has produced off the edge for the Bills.
Yes, it has.
So Landon Jackson, 94. Those are your Bills rookie numbers. What's Elijah Moore? I didn't see Elijah Moore.
18.
18. Peyton Manning. Not for the Bills, but
Right.
18 was Donald Jones.
Donald Jones, most recently Amari Cooper.
Right. Okay.
18. Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton.
That's the one.
All
It's
right.
Kyle Orton.
There's your numbers. Bills rookie camp rolling from One Bills Drive today.
You're gonna go find some video, right? I mean, you're gonna
Of what?
a mini camp. Like, do you do that? Like, you get out of here, you go home, you're on the laptop, you're like, well, Bills mini camp. Let's go see if we can go on the Bills website and see if they've
Sure.
got video.
Whatever they show,
I just want to watch. The thing I'm most excited to watch is I'd like to see the functional speed of Hairston. I want to see what it looks like amongst the rest of the rookies. I just want to see if it really stands out to me.
Well, that's interesting because on the Bills Embedded, this has happened before where the Bills are joking or flat out, in this case, telling a player, I hope you don't run that fast because if you run too fast, we can't get you. That was famously Gabe Davis. They hoped he ran a slow time so they could sneak him through in the draft, and they ultimately got him. So with Hairston's speed, that conversation I just referenced with Joe Marino and Jerry O, in that conversation, a phrase came up called speed arrogance, where maybe you remember Josh Allen has arm arrogance. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. He knows he can get away with things. He can try things that others maybe can't. And that was referenced for Hairston, speed arrogance, the kind of guy that can maybe leave a little space knowing he can close that space.
Yeah.
And if he's a guy that can make plays on the ball, you know, if you're it's funny, Nate, you know how this works. If you're too good of a cover corner, they'll never throw it at you. And if you want to get the ball, if you want to get takeaways, you need throws on your side. So you kind of, in some cases, of course, would have to bait quarterbacks into thinking they can make that throw. So speed arrogance as a compliment to Hairston. And one of the plays I remember, speaking of him, of course, was the play he makes a play on an Isaiah Bond deep over kind of route where he loses Bond and then makes up ground.
Yeah.
And Bond, of course, is a speedster himself. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he fits in. This defense is going to have high expectations, as it should. As it should. McDermott's, Bean's kind of rebuilt it for McDermott. And, as we go through those numbers, those are defensive ends and tackles and cornerbacks. Got a lot of youth on that unit. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. It is just kind of free-for-all Friday. Sal coming up.
Free-for-all Friday.
Free-for-all Friday.
Love that.
Sal coming up top of the hour. The NFL schedule release is Wednesday, and yesterday the NFL put out a release about the timeline for the schedule release.
Yep.
This is the schedule of the schedule release.
They did that during the draft, too. The reveal of the schedule reveal.
Yes.
When they will reveal the reveal.
So ahead of this is what it reads at NFL.com. Ahead of the release of the schedule, the league's broadcast partners will announce select games on the following days. Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home,
right.
Whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7. It's the Cowboys and the...
Yep.
Or something. Prime Video, May 12th. That's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
is Monday.
Would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. It was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was
because they played early, they flipped.
It was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals, 34-28. They win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off Tua. Jamarcus Ingram had a pick 6.
Yes.
They win in Miami 31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So, you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first 3.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right, they could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm expecting a flip of the script a little bit. Do you remember the last time the Bills would have played New England early in the season?
Oh, boy.
It feels like probably the last 5 years, minimum.
It's late.
It's like their 2 matchups are the last two of the last 3 weeks of the year.
Yeah. Well, I can give you this answer. The last time the Bills played New England before...
Like October.
Yeah. In 2023, they played in October. And before that, we're going back to... It's 2019 where they play before November.
It's been a while.
Yeah, they usually play New England late.
Yes.
I mean,
usually it's 2 December games. I think that's going to flip.
Yeah.
I think they're more relevant.
Play New England sooner.
Yes. That could be their division, like early primetime division game. Who has more primetime games this year, New England or Miami?
That's a great question. Probably Miami.
But I could easily make you a case. How much? I don't know if Sales ever asked Mike North this, but how much does what they could be versus who they were last year play into the relevancy meter?
That's a good question. We can ask Sal at the top of the hour how he asks that to Mike North. But my answer to that would be could be and market size equals you're getting prime time. That's how Chicago got 1 million primetime games.
And they always get
and they still will this year too, right? Won't it be another example of
they will have the tied for the most primetime games.
It'll be who they could be.
Yep.
Again.
That will always be them, though.
But now they have a coach and they have a quarterback and they have the talent to match it. Like, they should be interesting to exciting. I mean, Ben Johnson from Matt Eberflus is a pretty big deal.
Yes.
But New England, are you ready to pick New England to finish second in the division?
Yes.
I am too.
I just because I am picking them as second, I think to me is more of an indictment of the rest of the division and not how close I think they are to the Bills.
Miami looks like they're as close to falling apart as they could be. And the Jets are, the Jets are going to be plucky, but I don't expect the Jets to be very good.
The Dolphins are a flagrant match lighting away from implosion.
Yes, I agree.
Like they are.
They might trade Tyreek Hill. They might trade Jalen Ramsey still. Yeah, their draft
even without that. Even without those potentials, I think that they're a 0-3 start from pure meltdown. I kind of hope they're on Hard Knocks. That would be good.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us.
When did they announce who's on Hard Knocks?
That's a good question. I don't know.
This year, the Bills are eligible. They changed the eligibility requirements. I don't think the Bills would get it, but...
Well, let me tell you, the Bills definitely do not want it. Well, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe they do. Hey, they have some top brass that has been doing a lot of media, so maybe they do want it. Maybe not. Tough guess.
Don't think they're shy of that spotlight.
But they probably don't want it.
No.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Sal, top of the hour on Rookie Camp and his conversation with Bills head coach Sean McDermott on the Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. We'll get Sal's thoughts on that. It's Jeremy and Joe, Nate in for Joe here today on WGR. All right, we'll go to that right away.
Might as well.
Pronger is all of a sudden very online and very engaged in debating sports fans, Leaf fans, Sabres fans. You could just, during a game, tweet at Pronger and he'll write back. And I don't know if it is just the kind of thing we do where we fill in the gaps, but Chris Pronger's out there talking with Sabres fans how the team's not tough enough. Okay.
What would you do?
Do you want the job? There's reported that Kevin Adams might be moved to a different role, and Eric Staal comes on as an assistant, and maybe there's going to be somebody brought in for an advisory. Okay.
Assistant to the general manager.
Yeah, sure. A lot of restructuring. Give me Chris Pronger. Is that the ultimate? Here's a question for everybody out there. It's a Friday, and we're talking Sabres GM and all that stuff, but quickly. Is that the sucker bet, or is that fine because that's how it goes? Because I have officially moved to the place where if you told me a group of 3 to 4 NHL greats from 2006 were going to now be in charge of the team, I would think that's a great idea.
I wouldn't.
What's the problem with it?
I don't have a real reason to push back on any idea.
Aren't a lot of front offices, a bunch of former players, and in this case, you would, instead of your own alumni, which you could do that. I've sat here and said, does Ryan Miller want the job?
Sure.
The idea that Eric Staal is back after sitting with it for a day made me realize, okay, so one of the prominent hockey families in the world, Staals, he now works for the Sabres. And, when he goes out and about around town, like, oh, you're at the Sabres these days, huh? How things are? Oh, yeah, we're turning it around.
Mm-hmm.
If I owned the Sabres, to me, like that would seem like
something you'd want to do.
Sure. Yeah. Well, not just an ambassador, but somebody with hockey credibility to work with Kevin Adams. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's as good an idea as any, fully understanding that might be the sucker bet. But, here we are with the point where the drought is long enough that I don't think the sucker bet really scares anybody anymore because they've tried a lot of stuff.
Doesn't scare me.
Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7, it's the Cowboys and the...
Yep.
Or something. Prime Video, May 12th, that's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
Is Monday.
would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. It was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was
Because they played early, they flipped.
It was
didn't they?
it was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals, 34-28. They win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off Tua. Not Douglas. Jamarcus Ingram had a pick 6.
Yes.
They win in Miami,
Yes.
31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first 3.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right, they could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm excited.
Happy Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe today. We'll get to Sal coming up. Top of the hour. His conversation, his recap with Bills head coach Sean McDermott. The nicer weather is upon us, and that is good news. It's already like May 9th. No derby.
I had frost on my windshield this morning.
Yep,
Frost?
I did too.
Oh,
But that's
okay.
fine. I'm good with frost.
I was going to say no derby, but the Preakness is still a couple weeks away, and the derby winner's not going to race in it. You had frost in your windshield?
Yeah.
It was a little chilly. I did turn the heat on last night.
My car said 37 when I started it.
Yeah, I did. I'm not the kind of person that thinks turning the heat on when it's cold, when you're mad that it's cold, is some sort of loss. You'll have your I don't turn the heat on until December 1st crowd.
Yep.
I don't turn the heat. I turn the heat on when it's cold. That's my hot take here.
Okay.
Is that if I'm cold, I'm turn the heat up a little bit. Keep it fresh.
I didn't do that this morning.
No heat.
I decided against putting the heat on. I also wore a short sleeve shirt. When I walked out this morning, I did say to myself, short sleeves were a choice. Like no quarter
chilly?
zip. Like I threw the vest on, but the vest is more of a it's middle of your body. It's keeping warm. The arms were chilly this morning. Instead of putting on the defrosters, I just put the windshield wipers on until my body heat allowed for the windshield to be.
You defrosted the windshield
With my body
with
heat.
your natural
with my natural heat.
You should have
Yeah.
put the vest on it.
I should have put the vest on it.
I similarly put a vest on this morning, walked out of my house, and went, "Oh,
Yeah,
I'm going to be a little cold," and went and got a full
And fine with it.
sleeved sweater.
fine with it.
It was a tough moment going back into the house.
803-0550. Sal on the other side. The Bills are back to work rookie minicamp this weekend and the rookie tour as well as they kind of get to know this area. So we'll talk with Sal. He had a long conversation with Sean McDermott yesterday. We can get into that as well. But the head coach's mindset as he approaches yet another season here in Buffalo. The Bills are out there, between Bean and McDermott, they want to talk. They want to tell everybody and connect with the fans, which I think is good to do. And McDermott here speaking with Sal and Matt Bove attempting to do that. So we'll talk to Sal coming up here on WGR. Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Is the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be. Like Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about, what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, like listening and learning learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was doing things remotely, so I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine.
Good morning. Bills rookie minicamp starts up today down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will be providing live updates throughout the day on the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of the Bills rookie minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegel Carr and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Washington Capitals evened up their series with the Carolina Hurricanes, winning 3-1. Two teams play Game 3 tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Carolina. Late last night, the Edmonton Oilers won Game 2 in overtime over the Vegas Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. Former Sabre Victor Olofsson scoring his first 2 career NHL playoff goals in the loss. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. The Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 victory over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed the game for the Warriors with a hamstring injury, and his status for Game 3 is unknown. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers and Cleveland Cavaliers tip off for Game 3 at 7:30. Pacers lead that series 2-0, and the Thunder and Nuggets tip off later tonight in Colorado at 10 o'clock. That series is tied at 1 game apiece. In the NHL, the Maple Leafs head down to Florida to take on the Panthers in Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Stars and Jets face off in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right, good Friday morning. Sal Capaccio joining us here on the Wester Hotline. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's off today. Nate Geary is in, and Sal is in as well with a weekend of rookie minicamp awaiting. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good. I just saw a very interesting little note I think you'll appreciate. You know, the schedule release. We know you talked to Mike North about the schedule on one of your big podcasts for It's Always Game Day in Buffalo, the Mike North conversation, always a must listen. So the NFL.com website has the schedule release, and yesterday we saw the games that are going to be named early, or at least each broadcast partner gets a little spotlight to reveal a game early. And I found this little note. Featured guests on scheduled release 25, which means when the show airs, it'll include Jim Nantz, Kevin Burkhardt, Al Michaels, and Dion Dawkins. So there you go.
Oh.
The Bills' left tackle is one of the featured 3 play-by-play guys, and Dion Dawkins will be a part of the schedule release.
What network is this on? Where is this on?
So that's NFL.com. This NFL.com's It'll be on NFL Network, the show, and that's who's a part of it. So Dawkins is going to be one of the featured guests on the schedule release. What does that mean? You know, did they approach him and say, we're going to want to get your thoughts on playing on Christmas, Thanksgiving, blah, blah. I mean, whatever. It's a Bills player is one of the featured guests on the schedule release show on NFL Network on Wednesday.
Well, first of all, we already knew this, but the Bills will be featured heavily, right? I mean, we know that. I can't tell you exactly where or when, but we know that for sure because Mike North talks about it. And the answer to the question when Matt and I had him on the podcast, hey, Mike, you always say the Bills are in this spot where they're one of the top teams in the league. They have Josh Allen. You're going to feature him a lot. Does him winning the MVP even elevate that even more? The answer was, oh, absolutely. So expect more of that, right? Now you have his left tackle, who, by the way, does a lot of media. He's great in the media. Dion goes on a lot of podcasts. So kind of fits that way to have a guy like that go on and talk about, you know, their schedule. He's gregarious and really fun-loving. We all know that about Dion. Great personality, so it makes sense. And then the second part is, yes, I think that this points to there's somewhere in this schedule that they're going to highlight the Bills specifically. I'm not just talking about, oh, you got 6 primetime games. I mean, like, oh, they're on Christmas.
Yep.
Or they're on Black Friday, right? I mean, to me, it has to point to that, I think.
Yeah, I think so too, Sal. And, like, looking at last year, the Bills, this is one, well, here's a good example of a spot that's a highlight spot that maybe we didn't think about. We brought it up earlier. The Bills opened Amazon Prime's slate last year. They were the first Thursday game. Amazon gets the Week 2 debut game, and that is one of the first ones that will be announced. I don't know if they go back-to-back years opening in that spot, but I guess there's not a reason to think they would be ruled out. I mean, a good team in a good spot would be there. So Amazon Week 2 could be possible.
It is, and the Bills have the last few years. Let me go back to let me just do this real quick. So if you go back to 2022, even hold on, let me make sure I got this right. Yep. If you go back to 2022, Week 2, they played Monday night against the Tennessee Titans. Week number 3, okay, I'm sorry. All right, in 2023 they didn't. They played at home against the Raiders. All right, so 2 of the last 3 years they've had a night game on Week 2. An early night game. They had Thursday night last year, and they had Monday night 2 years before that. They also had Monday night last year against Jacksonville. So early in the season, that Week 2 spot, that Week 3 spot, like right there, seems like it's a place where they like to feature the Bills.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see, and Dawkins on there. Like you said, it's not like we didn't know they'd be in big spots, but I feel like Dawkins being there is some version of, like, let's get Josh Allen's right-hand man there to talk about this upcoming schedule and expectations for this season. And, of course, like he's always so good in those spots in just terms of bringing energy to pretty much anything he does. So that'll be cool. All right, that's Wednesday, and we get a bunch of games before then. I have seen, Sal, there have been leaks and reports, and one thing that is, again, not exactly locked in, but I saw a report about that Steelers game in Ireland, that it might be the Vikings and that they would go for 2 weeks. That they would play a road game in Ireland and then a road game in London, which I don't. Can you remember a team that's not the Jaguars going for 2 weeks?
No, but it wouldn't stun me to see something like that because judging by conversations I've had with Mike, just judging by other things that I've heard and seen around the league and how things are happening, that the NFL is going to start doing more of this because eventually you're going to have more teams going overseas, and at some point you're going to have teams having more like back-to-back trips. I mean, I'm not even saying eventually having a team over there. Yes, that could happen down the road. I'm just talking about the pure number of international games, pure number of games in Europe, in Asia, and other countries where teams are going to have to take these long road trips and stay over there. So it started with the Jaguars a couple of years ago, as you guys know, and the Bills were part of this, right? A couple of years ago where there were 2 games for the Jags. They played one home, one away, quote-unquote, home and away, but they were over there for 2 weeks. I think you're going to start seeing more of that. This makes sense. This tracks because if you think about the Steelers and the Ireland stuff, there's been talk about the Bills for sure. But we all know that, look, if Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers, it just feels like a game they don't want to put the Packers there, but yet the Packers were the team they kind of want to put there. So let's just say they wanted to put the Packers there. Aaron, but we can't do that because he's going to be playing against his former team. We're not putting that at 9:30 a.m. Well, we also don't want Josh Allen at 9:30 a.m. in Ireland. That doesn't track very well. But there also was a report recently that the Steelers would protect the game against the Packers and not put it over there. I've since found out they can do that. So, okay, if that's the case, we don't know, but if that's the case, who's left? Well, eliminate the teams. The only 2 teams really that aren't named the Packers or the Bills that also aren't in the Steelers division, I believe, are the Vikings and the Seahawks because the Dolphins are already playing in Madrid, and that's not going to happen. But then again, with your report, I guess it could. So it makes sense, a long way of saying, that if you take a team like the Vikings, you put them over there, and then you also want to have one of these, okay, let's kind of use them as an experiment, they could stay over there and then play somebody else in London.
Could the Bills, I don't know why, Sal, I brought this up the other day, could they play the Browns in London?
They could.
Yeah.
They could.
For some reason, I had just kind of dismissed that. They don't do divisional games, and I think I saw a report that the Broncos will play the Jets in London, who are all over there, and then that leaves the Browns, who might not have that opponent. Maybe that's Minnesota that plays that in the double dip. I don't know, but so there's still some opportunity for the Bills to go overseas.
There is. I do want to say, Jeremy, you're right. They generally don't do divisional games. They have done it though. It's not impossible. Mike North said they would do it if it makes sense. They'll put a division game over there. The Jags. I know it's the Jags who go over every year, but the Jags have played 2 division games in London. They played the Colts one year and they played the Texans one year over in London. So I wouldn't totally dismiss a team playing over there. Someone brought up to me on the Extra Point show. They called the other day and said, "Well, could the Bills go to Madrid to play the Dolphins?" I'm like, well, there's no rule against it. I don't think the league would do it.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're in Miami, right, think about this too. You could look at it one of two ways. If you're the Miami Dolphins and you're like, man, these Buffalo fans come at our stadium every year and take it over.
Right.
Why don't we just get them over in Madrid and then, that doesn't happen. But you also could look at it the other way and say, oh, my God, these Buffalo fans coming down here is great for our stadium and our economy, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess you could look at it both ways. But really, I mean, there's no rule against it if they wanted to do it.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. We've got a rookie minicamp to get to as the Bills will get things rolling there. You also, of course, posted your most recent It's Always Game Day in Buffalo. You and Matt Bove had a big conversation with Sean McDermott, nearly an hour with the Bills head coach. So take us through some of what to get to if we get a chance. For people that want to go listen, I had a chance to do it. What did you guys get to there?
Other than Matt Bove not knowing who Ricky Waters is.
Oh, wow. That's tough.
Matt Bove, we learned. Sean, I think we're to the point
Sal.
now where Sean McDermott and I are very similar in age. I think he's 1 year younger than me.
Okay.
And I think now I can say we're old guys, right? Because I'm doing this job in the media. I got Matt Bove, who's a sports director.
I'm not that
Channel
far
7.
behind you.
Go ahead.
How old's Bove? Because I'm not that far
Bove's
behind
my
you.
age. Me and him are both 33.
Geez. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay. Then,
Yeah, we're old, Jerry.
Then I'm an
We're
old
old,
guy,
okay?
too, more than Bove.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to say this, okay? Matt, first of all, did not know who Ricky Waters was. Unbelievable. Because I said, at the end of the podcast, I said, Sean, I've always wanted to give you this hot take because if you want to call it a hot take, I said, you are a Philly guy. You've been there. You know the organization well, the area. I said, my number one guy who belongs in the Hall of Fame is Ricky Waters. He's like, oh, yeah, he belongs in, right?
Yep.
That's my number one guy. Go look him up, right? It's just amazing. Anyway, he also, Matt Bove, I don't know. Now, you tell me, you guys, maybe I would think, Jeremy, you have. I'm not sure, though. He has no idea what the movie Vision Quest is.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what that is either.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a wrestling movie, of course. Great. We're talking with Sean McDermott. Madonna with the title track, Crazy for You, and we talked about that because here's why. We talked about some really, just cool, interesting, personal stuff with Sean McDermott. This was an interview that went 40-plus minutes that was very, very little about the Buffalo Bills football team. More about philosophy of football, philosophy of team building, personal for Sean McDermott. I mean, Jeremy, I came away from this thinking that Sean McDermott could give me a run for my money at weddings. I had no idea about this. I had no idea.
As a dancer?
Until he started talking.
He's a dancer
Yes.
at weddings? Wow.
His family, him and his family are a big dancing family, he revealed. He even went so far to say, I'm giving a little spoiler here, folks. He even went so far to say that he does maybe the two-shirt trick at weddings, to bring two shirts.
Wow.
To make sure because of the dance floor.
Wow.
I mean, this is the stuff that we talked about, but we also had a really good conversation just about, what his motivation is and why he does what he does and what it means to him to pursue a Lombardi Trophy here in Buffalo. And there's a clip that Matt posted yesterday, so people can listen to it and watch it, and then it might hopefully get you to go watch the rest of it because Sean told a story about how he was at the local Little League field a couple weeks ago, maybe just a few days ago, I guess. And somebody came up to him and said, hey, I just want to say hi, introduced himself, and said, I really want to thank you for, what you guys have done here in Buffalo to elevate the Bills, and said something along the lines of, I was losing hope for a while about the Bills. And Sean said he thanked the guy, thank you so much, it really means a lot. And then this person said, I get the feeling, though, that, Buffalo's okay with being number 2. And you could tell Sean was upset about that. And he said, you don't know me and you don't know this team. That is the furthest thing from who we are. Now, I don't think he was mad at that person. He was probably upset at that concept, right?
Yeah.
Because what he said after that was he talked a lot about the vision he has if and when they win a Lombardi Trophy, right? What it looks like on the field. And he said, that's when, I want to take that moment, I want to hand it to that guy and say, you're not number 2 anymore, you're number 1, because that's what we're about. I just think, that's the kind of stuff we talked about.
Yep. Yeah, that clip, it's funny, like you said, I think he does come across in the moment when that happens live, he's upset. But he doesn't turn it necessarily towards anger, but more of it's on me to prove that is not how we feel.
100%.
And I'll keep kind of showing you that is not how we approach things. So Super interesting, super interesting. Well, he's got a brand new crop of rookies, and Sal, she talked to McDermott about team building and the things he thinks are important. What do these rookies have in store for them? Like they would have met McDermott throughout the process, along with Brandon Beane, and here they are, like time to go to work at your new office.
Yeah, so we asked him what they're looking for, right? Matt said, "What are you looking for this week with rookies? And are you looking for just how they interact with their team? Are you looking for how they can interact with their coaches? The talent, the skill, those kinds of things." And one thing Sean talked about was what they look for is really the body type. When you get up close to them on a football field and how their bodies, kind of play the game, right? Like they're long. Do they use their length? They're fast. Do they use their speed? There's a difference between doing it at a combine versus doing it, on the football field. Those kinds of things. It's really interesting. I asked him a question of, has there ever been a rookie throughout your time where you just show up and you're like, oh, that guy's special. Like, he's different.
Yeah.
I'm not going to reveal it. You guys could probably guess somebody he's coached, though, in his life, that this was a bit that the answer was, okay? But he gave a great answer and a great story about a player that he had years ago. And he's like, I don't really know if this guy, he's watching him, and all of a sudden they go to 11-on-11 team drill, and he's like, oh, my God. You know what I mean? Like, wow. So I'll let you go listen to that. But in the meantime, that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. Like, okay, how does this translate onto the field from everything we've seen? They learn about the players off the field through the scouting staff, including Brandon Beane and his group, and just how each player is going to come in and who each guy is, the personality of that player. Let's remember, guys, last year, Keon Coleman, right, for example, 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. Tremaine Edmonds just turned 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. But last year, you also had Ray Davis, who's 25 years old. This year you have Landon Jackson, who's married already at 22, right? Like, you have all these different kinds of players and these backgrounds and these personalities that you're bringing in for the first time all together at once into your team. Now, they're not getting in with the, Josh Allens of the world yet, the Dion Dawkins of the world yet. But you have to kind of understand all of these guys from that type of level as well when you bring them on the field. So I think all of that is in play today. So we're going to go down to the stadium today. We're going to see these guys in the field. I'm going to get my chance to kind of look at them. We're going to get our chance to talk to them. But you're going to have everybody from a really, really excitable Max Hairston to learn about him to maybe, and I'll say just from, he's very excitable, like maybe, like I said, maybe the more grounded type of players, like a Dion Walker, a Landon Jackson, and their personalities. I just based off the Zoom calls and how these guys are all a little bit different. You know what I mean?
Coverage of Bills rookie minicamp on WGR, presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Yes, Al, it goes from, for these guys, like what Bills fans have seen from them is the instant reaction to being drafted. Like Landon Jackson is one here that I think about. I think Bills fans are probably really moved by his reaction. And now it'll be interesting to hear, how that shifts from, this is, what is the draft? It's the end of a very big part of your life, but it really is the start of the rest of it. And like how these guys start to approach that next step is kind of what the Bills are hoping to nail here, right? Like you didn't arrive. Yeah. You didn't arrive. It's not over. It's actually just begun. Congratulations. You made it in the door.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it, Jeremy, right? Like there's all these different steps along the way. And I always say, like, somebody could, like, not make the team based on what they do at rookie minicamp, not meaning like a draft pick, right? You're not showing up as a 7th-round pick. Caden Prather, like, he has 2 bad days. It's not like they're cutting him tomorrow. That's not going to happen. But there are guys like undrafted free agents who come in and they go, well, maybe we need somebody else for this particular spot. If you don't have as much invested in that person, a tryout player, but guys can start to really impress, right? First impressions. Okay, like this is a guy we really like what we saw from him. Let's build a plan for how it could, what could happen here throughout, mini camp and mandatory mini camp and training camp as we go forward. So again, you're not necessarily not making the team or making the team through training camp, but you can give an idea to coaches about who you are and make that first impression, and that can go either way. And then, there's a couple months left. Look, the other part about this is you never know what you're going to get for guys that they bring in, like a Joe Andreessen last year. Joe Andreessen this is the week it happened. He was given a tryout at rookie minicamp. And it's like, oh, hey, Bill's got the kid from Lancaster. Yeah, nice story. Went to UB, nice career, right? And all of a sudden, that night, it's like, hey, Joe Andreessen's getting signed to the 90-man roster. And what was the reaction from a lot of people? Yeah, local story. That's cool. That's cute and all that. Joe Andreessen made the club. I mean, and he's a good football player and helps out their linebacking group. Like, so this is the time where things like this can happen.
Sal Capaccio covering Bills rookie minicamp. The timeline is a couple of workouts and then the bus tour. The Bills media you mentioned kind of doesn't really go on that anymore. But we'll see stuff. Like these guys will start to get to know the community a little bit this week.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that. I was down at the facility yesterday for that interview with McDermott. There was a bus out there, and I don't know if that was for that. They might have done that yesterday. I'm not really sure. Or if they were just bringing some players in for the photos and all that. You saw the photos out there, the numbers, as you guys went over earlier, some of the numbers. So the timeline is there are a couple of on-field workouts, but media, we're only able to watch today. So we'll get today, and then we'll get to talk to the players. Then the players will be here today and tomorrow. And then they're a part of OTAs too, and that's starting to come up, right? And all those kinds of things. And I'm sure you're seeing around the league, these guys are starting to sign contracts now.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not be surprised. I don't know if this is going to happen for sure, but I would not be surprised if we start hearing about guys, some of their draft picks that have actually signed contracts. They can participate in these rookie mini camps without signing a contract, but eventually that's going to start happening here.
Yeah, it all comes together. These contracts are coming pretty quick in the NFL these days.
Yeah.
The rookie wage scale kind of slots it in.
100%.
One thing I wonder about, what they'll do with the rookies, Sal, they can do something that they could never really do before that I would think is a pretty cool thing to do if you're a rookie that's coming into this team, and that is tour the new stadium. Right?
Yeah.
What would that be like? Here's where we play now. Next year, we're going over here, and let's walk through the concourse, and let's look at the bowl. You're part of a class that's going to get to, play the last season at this one and the first season over there. And I think it feels like a pretty great thing if you're a rookie to kind of be a part of.
Yeah, I mean, there's eventually going to be, there's going to be a lot of these guys, but eventually you're going to think about who got to play in the old and the new stadium, right? I mean, it's not going to be a ton, but there will be a bunch of players, Josh Allen and Dion Dawkins and a lot of this group that they have right now. They're going to play in the old stadium, the current, and the new stadium. And then starting next year, those guys will never have played in the current stadium. It'll just be the new one. So you're right, Jeremy. That's a great point, that this year is the last year of any new group of players that will have a chance to play in both stadiums.
Sal Capaccio on the Wester Hotline. Thank you, Sal. And again, anyone can grab the It's Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. Yep. Subscribe where you get your podcast and listen to this episode with McDermott. You get a big, long conversation with the Bills head coach.
Yeah, and real quickly, audio, obviously, iTunes, Spotify, all of that. And if you want to watch it, Sean McDermott joined Matt Bove and I. We were all down at the Bills Media Room. If you want to watch it, it's on my YouTube page, at Sal Sports, so you can watch that. And again, I just think watching it, it's one thing to listen to it, and you can get all of it. If you watch it and see the emotion on Sean on some of these answers and how he talks about things, I just think you get even a better perspective of a lot of what he's saying.
Yeah. All right. So check it out, everybody. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
You
got it, guys.
Sal Capaccio covering Bills rookie minicamp again. So excited to see where they go. The stadium tour, that'd be my advice. I almost want to say, what are the coolest places to go? The joke is always the Niagara Falls trip, or they go here or there.
Definitely the new stadium.
A walk around that new stadium it's a pretty exclusive club if you're able to walk around that thing.
Listen, obviously the stadium itself is exciting, and it'll be awesome to see it sort of, because now the actual details, now that the skeleton is done, the details kind of begin. I'm a sucker for good landscaping. I can't wait to see what the outside really starts to look like.
Listen, I love landscaping as much as the next person. You're sitting here telling me you're excited about the trees for the new stadium
and how much green space we're going to have.
Well,
what color's the mulch? I'm sure they brought a fantastic exterior designer.
Don't forget about the other thing that I think we might find out soon-ish.
So the Buffaloes.
The interpretation.
Are they being built? Are they being shipped in at their size, on an oversized truck?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily count on it just being a giant buffalo that shipped in. They received a bunch of artists' ideas, and they chose one. And I don't know when the timeline is, but we're getting close. We're getting close. Coverage of rookie minicamp on WGR, presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and by in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Who's sponsoring the reveal of the giant buffaloes? Are they giant?
They're giant.
We'll see. There's going to be a whole.
I don't know.
promenade.
I don't know if you could handle any more disappointment.
What do you mean? I'm fine. I'm other than what am I disappointed about? I'm disappointed about my favorite soccer team got knocked out of the Champions League semifinal.
If they don't have big buffaloes, I'm just worried about you at that point.
I'm tempering my expectations.
Okay. It's like me with the Knicks.
Yeah. I mean, I think that they could be fine without being giant, and it could be a nice place. I'm worried about everybody else if they're not giant enough.
I'm also worried, genuinely.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe. Dhane Smith of the Bandits joining us about an hour from now as they wait for their opponent in the finals. You can buy tickets, of course, as things will get rolling next weekend. Jeremy and Joe, as I just mentioned, and Nate's in. Give us a ring, 803-0550. Some schedule stuff. We'll kick some stuff around on what it could mean, where the Bills could land, where you want to avoid. We'll know a lot more next week. We also have the Bills' rookie numbers. Everybody's got their numbers.
That's right.
I am very happy to report I don't see a bad number in the bunch. Although some positions might be immune to bad numbers, but here are your Bills rookies. Shout out the first name of who it reminds you of. Or like who you'll have to mentally say, oh, okay, that's not blank anymore. Now that's Max Hairston. Max Hairston, 31.
It's Rasul.
It is Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, it's Rasul.
Is it Jarris Bird, too?
Yeah, but first things, recency bias.
Okay. And what running back would have worn 31? Some along the way would have worn 31.
Sammy Morris?
That might be right. Here's a fun one. 37. Jordan Hancock is going to wear 37.
It's Larry Centers.
I did not hear you. I did not.
Really?
I did not have you going for Larry Centers.
Really?
No.
It was immediate.
It's not wrong. I can't think of another 37 off the top of my head for the Bills.
Is it bad that I thought of Casey Middlestad immediately for some reason?
You know what? Hey, he would have worn a jersey like this at the World Juniors.
Yes, he would have.
So you're gonna be watching Bills games like, who made that tackle? Middlestad? Oh, geez, no, I gotta get out of my head. That's Jordan Hancock.
Damn it!
All right. Dorian Strong, 43. That's Terrell Bernard.
I was going to say Byron Scott.
Get ready, because Terrell Bernard switching to number 8
is going to be, that's going to be a tough one.
Can I tell you a funny conversation I had with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on this? So we do a show on YouTube and as part of the Locked On Bills podcast. It's Bills Squad. It's twice a week. We have like a round table. And Joe is a big numbers guy. He cares about numbers, and he's kind of saying like, Terrell Bernard should have kept 43.
Yeah.
He's not a very big linebacker, and 8's a small number. And I, half kidding, suggested, and I'm still kind of half kidding, if Derrick Henry bursts through the hole and sees 8, doesn't he think, ooh, that's a defensive back?
Yeah, sure.
So one of the two ways this could go. Terrell Bernard is trying to lure players into thinking he's a DB and then making the play. Or, he's not the biggest linebacker, but anyway, get ready for Terrell Bernard to be wearing number 8.
I thought that 43 was barely a linebacker number.
Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7, it's the Cowboys and the or something. Prime Video, May 12th. That's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
Is Monday.
would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah, it was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was
Because they played they flipped.
It was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals, 34-28. They win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off Tua. Not Douglas. Jamarcus Ingram had a pick six.
Yes.
They win in Miami,
Yes.
31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first three.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right, they could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm excited.
Bills rookie minicamp taking place down at One Bills Drive later today. Our own Sal Capaccio will be live providing updates on all the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of Bills rookie minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegelcar and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Capitals even up their series with the Hurricanes, winning 3-1. Two teams will play Game 3 tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Carolina. And late last night, the Oilers win Game 2 in overtime over the Vegas Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. Leon Draisaitl scoring the game winner in that one. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and will play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. The Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 victory over the Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed that game, and his status for Game 3 is unknown at this time. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Pacers take on the Cavaliers at 7:30 in Game 3. Pacers lead that series 2-0, and the Thunder and Nuggets tip off in Colorado at 10 o'clock later tonight. That series evened up at 1 game apiece. And over in the NHL tonight, Maple Leafs head down to Florida to take on the Panthers in Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Stars and Jets square off in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I remember our first year walking through the tailgates before games and just getting a feel for the crowd, getting a feel for the vibe. And I just think that those people are real out there, right? They're real and their passion is real. I was at a ball field yesterday, in fact, and leaving the game, and I usually sit in the outfield, and a gentleman came up to me, and he was sitting in the outfield about 30 yards away. And he came over before about last couple outs of the game, and he said, "Hey," he introduced himself, and we're walking away, and he says, "Hey, I appreciate what you've done, what you guys have done with the team." And he said, "I got to tell you, I was losing hope. I was kind of losing my flavor for the Bills, this and that, before you guys got there." And I certainly thanked him for that, showed my appreciation, and he said, "Hey, He said, I just get this feeling that that over the years the Bills have been okay being number 2. And I was like, you don't know me, and you don't know this.
Someone said that to you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And that is the furthest thing from who we are. The furthest thing from who we are.
Thanks for sharing that story. That's
it didn't end up the way you expected it to.
No, it did not.
I was like, wow.
But from time to time, that's right. You know, and so, but you go back to the night of the Super Bowl in my mind that I can see it, right, and what that's going to look like, and like I want to be able to give that to that person that came in and said, "Hey, here you go."
Yeah,
you're no longer number 2. You're number 1.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott with Sal and Matt Beauvais on the Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast. Someone in the chat on YouTube saying what I think a lot of people might be thinking, which is, imagine saying that to the head coach of the Bills.
Yeah, it's awesome. That's awesome.
Imagine saying, I feel like you're good with second place. Oh.
Hey, Coach. Nate here. Great to meet you. Really love everything you've been doing with the team. By the way, it seems like you guys like losing.
Feel like you don't want to win.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
What a thing to say.
Yeah.
So anyway, a little look into the conversation between Sal, Matt, and Sean McDermott there. You know, whatever. I'll just throw this out there at you. The Bills are becoming a very public team.
Yeah. I agree.
Here's McDermott doing media, and there's plenty in the media about how he's kind of changed a little bit, and some of the conversation was about how he's evolved, and last year there's a lot about that. Whatever, like Bean is out most days talking with somebody on some show nationally. Like there's an awful lot of let's get our messaging out, and whether that's coordinated between the two or if it's just these guys feel like chatting, whatever it might be, whatever the motivation. These are not decisions that are just spur of the moment. Sure, I'll do that. Sure, I'll do that. You make a decision to, I'm going to be more available. I want to speak to Bills fans more often. In the case of McDermott here with Sal and Matt, that's a lot of Bills fans.
Yeah.
With Bean and his kind of tour lately, he's been talking to the entire NFL at every opportunity he can get. So
a little of it, though, is, willingness is certainly a thing, but there's a reason why McAfee has him on as much as he does. He's a good quote. Like, you don't have random people. Like, how many times, John Lynch is this. John Lynch is a decent quote. When you put him up there, he'll talk. But, for me, Bean has been largely very good in the media. Like, he gives you more than just nonsense, regular McDermott used to be that guy, where it was just football talk. That's it. Speak. Football speak.
Trust
coach,
the process.
Coach speak. He has softened up quite a bit.
Yeah.
But Bean's always, I thought, been a good interview. And, I would think guys like McAfee, there's a certain type of personality that is good for that show. And I think that's why he's on there often.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Bills rookie minicamp today. Draft picks getting signed. It's happening faster than ever. It's almost like I saw like some teams sign their full class. Here's the Jags signed 3 picks. The Vikings signed 3 of 4. Sal told a story there about how the young guy didn't know who Ricky Waters was. You know what young guys also kind of don't really know? Young folks is that draft picks used to not sign immediately, and there used to be way more holdouts and drama, and will a guy sign? And now you don't even think about it. Maben didn't sign. Is he the last one to come in late? Joey Bosa did, right? Didn't Bosa with the Chargers because of offset language? Every couple years, you get one guy where it's, there's some small thing about the language of the contract, and it always gets done. Maben was one, though. Maben was on the wrong foot.
Yes.
Like, this started on the wrong foot.
Yeah, it was bad right from the start. Wow, Maben, that's not a name I think I've removed that whole...
Maben?
Whatever section of my brain, that was...
Oh gosh, what a time! That was peak drought, right? Aaron Maben?
Sure.
Would we consider that peak drought?
Like, what's the most drought move of the drought? The droutiest drought move.
Drafting Willis McGahee.
I feel like Spiller is the answer.
Spiller is the answer.
Is that right?
When you already had Marchand and Fred Jackson.
Yeah.
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right. Well, we've arrived at it.
That was easier than I thought.
The droutiest drought move.
We have the drought timeline behind me in the studio here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the newspaper clipping from.
Oh, jeez.
And again, you want to talk about the sprinkles of hope? Those are all in bold right there. T.O., Rex.
Rex had won games. Rex had won playoff games.
Yeah. He was credibility kind of.
I didn't think Rex was the worst idea because he had shown he can win in the league. And then he came here and, it didn't exactly happen. Yeah. Thank goodness that's over.
Yes.
Now we live in the timeline where it's a fan says to the coach who's won 5 straight division titles, I feel like you're good. You're only good with second place, which that's one thing. Listen, agree to disagree on certain things about the way they do things. I've never felt that about this organization that they're good for that.
No, I want to hesitate because I mentioned earlier how I don't really want to watch McDavid and the Oilers win. It's kind of the Oilers have gotten to a Stanley Cup final, but McDavid's the guy in their sport that's got to win it. Like, he's like the best player that hasn't won it, and I kind of think that about Josh Allen too.
It's either it's Josh or Lamar.
Yes,
it's those two. They have to. One of them has to win.
One of them. I would like it to be Josh. Clearly,
yes, for sure.
Clearly,
but never have felt like there's a fine line to walk between accepting second, which that person said to McDermott, and also, hey, we didn't win, but we're still damn good.
Yeah,
and I guess if you say that enough times, there are going to be people that say, I don't care about that anymore. Talk is cheap. You got to get the job done. Like, no one would dispute they have been great.
Fantastic. Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Pretty much the entire Josh Allen era, and fully expect them to be great again this year. And it'll all come down to, did they win it? How many years can ESPN or whoever put the stat up? Next year's draft. Most wins in the last 7 years without a Super Bowl appearance, if they don't make it. They're not the first franchise to kind of go through this, right? The Eagles with Andy Reid went through this. Congratulations, you're amazing. You lose in the NFC Championship game all the time and then won Super Bowl. And this was, for a while, the Atlanta Braves. The Atlanta Braves went far a lot and lost in the World Series and lost. And they eventually broke through. So it feels like it's not an uncharted waters kind of existence, but it is we don't know if they'll ever get to that final destination. And this year they have as good a chance as any.
Yeah.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in for Joe. You can give us a ring if you want. When we get back, I almost got. I maybe got for 5 seconds on a fake Bills acquisition. But I want to tell you about it because I think, it's kind of funny. We'll get to that coming up here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Atwell Eye Care. They're online at atwelleye.com. Well, he's got a brand new crop of rookies. And, Sal, she talked to McDermott about team building and the things he thinks are important. What do these rookies have in store for them? They would have met McDermott throughout the process along with Brandon Beane. And here they are, time to go to work at your new office.
Yeah, so we asked him what they're looking for, right? Matt said, what are you looking for this week with rookies? And are you looking for just how they interact with their team? Are you looking for how they can interact with their coaches? The talent, the skill, those kinds of things. And, one thing Sean talked about was what they look for is really the body type, when you get up close to them on a football field in how their bodies, kind of play the game, right? Like they're long. Do they use their length? They're fast. Do they use their speed? There's a difference between doing it at a combine versus doing it, on the football field. Those kinds of things. It's really interesting. I asked him a question of, has there ever been a rookie throughout your time where you just show up and you're like, oh, that guy's special. Like, he's different.
Yeah.
I'm not going to reveal it. You guys could probably guess somebody he's coached, though, in his life that this was that the answer was, okay? But he gave a great answer and a great story about a player that he had years ago. And he's like, I don't really know if this guy, he's watching him, and all of a sudden they go to 11-on-11 team drill, and he's like, oh, my God. You know what I mean? Like, wow. So I'll let you go listen to that. But in the meantime, that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. Like, okay, how does this translate onto the field from everything we've seen? They learn about the players off the field through the scouting staff, including Brandon Beane and his group, and just how each player is going to come in and who each guy is, the personality of that player. Let's remember, guys, last year, Keon Coleman, right, for example, 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. Tremaine Edmonds just turned 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. But last year, you also had Ray Davis, who's 25 years old. This year you have Landon Jackson, who's married already at 22, right? Like, you have all these different kinds of players and these backgrounds and these personalities that you're bringing in for the first time all together at once into your team.
Hey, join us. Join us. The Ride for Roswell's coming up. We're excited to be doing this. You can join our team. That's right. Join us in the fight against cancer. Ride with Bulldog and WGR's Ride for Roswell team. Saturday, June 28th. Once you join, you receive an email to pick up your team T-shirt and water bottle at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Ave in Lancaster. Not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team, helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. So, a tease going to the break. I almost got by a fake Gabe Davis to the Bills report. And by almost got, I mean, I didn't retweet it. I didn't send it out. But I did spend 4 to 5 seconds of my day reacting to it. To which I yelled out loud in my kitchen, "No way! No! Absolutely not!" You know how this works if you're a football fan that follows the sport enough. It was pretending to be Jordan Schultz, right? That guy breaks... He's going to have reports. Pretending to be Jordan Schultz. It was not Jordan Schultz. But how did I discover it was not real? It was not by looking and seeing it wasn't Jordan Schultz. It was by looking at the fake report that said 1 year, $8.5 million. And I thought, okay, never mind. Never mind. You know, you see like the Gabe and the Bills logo, like, what? No. Oh, never mind. It's fake. Like, that's just, A, it would never happen. B, just there's no reason to pay him that. He's already making all the money from Jacksonville, whoever signs me. Like, all right. Somebody out there tried to pull one over on this, and they got me for 5 seconds. So anyway, Jeremy and Joe, Nate's in. You support the Gabe idea? How do you feel about Gabe?
I'm
hard
good.
No or
hard no? I'm good. We have moved on.
We're on to Cincinnati.
On to Cincinnati. I'm going to keep going back to this. Every time you consider adding a receiver, I want to know what your thoughts on Keon Coleman are. If you're like one of these people like, I want Gabe, blocking, blah, 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 best deep threat chemistry, get it all. I understand all of those things. What are you doing with Keon Coleman?
Right. I agree.
Gabe Davis
is redundant.
It's taking him off the field.
It's a super redundant. Yes, I agree with that.
Like, if I don't even have another name of a player that could get cut right now, I'd say, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Gabe Davis to me makes no sense whatsoever. Just it takes Keon Coleman off the field. At least with Elijah Moore, you have Curtis Samuel insurance, and I think a little Khalil Shakir insurance if he gets banged up. Like, you have a guy, but he can also play outside. So, yeah, I am not interested in the one-trick pony.
803-0550. I also think he's got other options and will have better options to try and, reestablish himself.
Let's keep going. He's going to go play with Dabes.
Yeah.
He's going to play with Dabes. They need a number 2.
That might be right. Maybe Pittsburgh, too. 803-0550. I've posted a Twitter poll up on the Bills on Christmas as an idea. I think the Bills are going to play on Christmas. So, a couple questions on that when we return. Which you would prefer? That's coming up. Jeremy and Joe. Nate's in for Joe here on WGR. We also have the Bills' rookie numbers. Everybody's got their numbers.
That's right.
I am very happy to report I don't see a bad number in the bunch. Although some positions might be immune to bad numbers, but here are your Bills rookies. Shout out the first name of who it reminds you of. Or like who you left to mentally say, oh, okay, that's not blank anymore. Now that's Max Hairston. Max Hairston, 31.
It's Rasul.
It is Rasul Douglas.
Yeah, it's Rasul.
Is it Jarris Bird, too?
Yeah, but first things, recency bias.
Okay. And what running back would have worn 31? Some along the way would have worn 31.
Sammy Morris?
That might be right. Here's a fun one. 37. Jordan Hancock is going to wear 37.
It's Larry Centers.
I did not hear you. I did not.
Really?
I did not have you going for Larry Centers.
Really?
No.
It was immediate.
It's not wrong. I can't think of another 37 off the top of my head for the Bills.
Is it bad that I thought of Casey Middlestad immediately for some reason?
You know what? Hey, he would have worn a jersey like this at the World Juniors.
Yes, he would have.
So you're gonna be watching Bills games like, who made that tackle? Middlestad? Oh, geez, no, I gotta get out of my head. That's Jordan Hancock.
Damn it!
All right. Dorian Strong, 43. That's Terrell Bernard.
I was gonna say Byron Scott.
Get ready, because Terrell Bernard switching to number 8
is gonna be. Yeah, that's going to be a tough one.
Can I tell you a funny conversation I had with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski on this? So we do a show on YouTube and as part of the Lockdown Bills podcast. It's Bills Squad. It's twice a week. We have like a round table. And Joe is a big numbers guy. He cares about numbers, and he's kind of saying like, Terrell Bernard should have kept 43.
Yeah.
He's not a very big linebacker, and 8's a small number. And I, half kidding, suggested, and I'm still kind of half kidding, if Derrick Henry bursts through the hole and sees 8, doesn't he think, ooh, that's a defensive back?
Yeah, sure.
So one of the two ways this could go. Terrell Bernard is trying to lure players into thinking he's a DB and then making the play. Or, he's not the biggest linebacker, but anyway, get ready for Terrell Bernard to be wearing number 8.
I thought that 43 was barely a linebacker number.
Good morning. Bills rookie minicamp starts today. It's taking place down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will be live, providing updates on all the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of Bills rookie minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Capitals even up their series against the Hurricanes, winning 3-1. The two teams will play Game 3 tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Carolina. And late last night, the Oilers win Game 2 over the Vegas Golden Knights in overtime by a score of 5-4. Former Sabre Victor Olofsson scores his first 2 career NHL playoff goals in the loss. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and will play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night as the Minnesota Timberwolves take a victory over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93, evening up that series. Steph Curry missed the game for the Warriors. His status for Game 3 is unknown at this time. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Pacers and Cavaliers tip off Game 3 at 7:30. Pacers lead that series 2-0. And the Thunder and Nuggets tip off in Colorado at 10 o'clock later tonight. That series is tied at 1 game apiece. Over in the NHL tonight, the Toronto Maple Leafs head down to Florida to take on the Panthers in Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Stars and Jets finish out the night in the NHL in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Can't get around Bouchard, who forces him off the puck. Hyman has hit the crossbar. McDavid a goal post here in the OT. McDavid beats one man to the net. Game 2 to Edmonton. Final 5-4 in overtime.
Connor McDavid setting up Leon Draisaitl for the game winner in overtime. Explaining McDavid to maybe a hockey fan or a person that's never seen him play hockey. It'd be like if there were a player in the NBA that could jump 30 feet in the air. He can literally do things that other players can't do. He gets a full head of speed. He smokes Jack Eichel, who is hopeless on that play. Eichel, an elite defensive player, is smoked on that play, as he most would be, going face up against McDavid. And then, incredible play from McDavid.
Like I said, it's the closest I've ever felt bad for Jack. It's the closest I've ever felt to being like, that's just a tough spot for
anybody,
any player ever. Question.
Sure.
Hypothetical. Obviously, this is going to be a hypothetical. McDavid versus McDavid in that moment.
Oh, does McDavid smoke McDavid?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I agree. I know it's very much a hypothetical.
Listen, I know the Pope is from Chicago. Now we're doing the Ditka versus mini Ditkas bit. It's time to do it.
Would McDavid beat McDavid skating backwards?
Would Ditka stop McDavid?
That's the question.
Would McDavid beat the 85 Bears? That's where this is naturally going. Would McDavid be able to get through Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen? All right,
not both. I'm saying not both, but
803-0550. All right, I want to tie together a couple of ends here and have a conversation about the Bills on Christmas.
Yeah. By the way, Jeremy, during break, sometimes I feel like we might need to get have segments that are dedicated specifically to video during the break.
Yeah.
Because somebody could have photoshopped like a mad scientist the things you were doing. You were like, wait, it's going to be here and they're going to announce this. He's like, no, I'm going to save it. I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to save it.
Well, this was always.
So here we go.
It's like the movie where it's been right in front of us the whole time. The answer's been right in front of us the whole time. And I got CJ on Twitter saying, I've been saying this for a week. I've thought for a long time the Bills are going to play on Christmas. All right, let's tie the threads together and then decide how we want to do this. Bills fans, let's get on the phones with what you would prefer. That way we're not complaining about it after the fact. If we get on the record first, you get to complain afterwards. So here it is. The 2025 NFL schedule release is Wednesday, May 14th. The guests on that show include Jim Nantz, Kevin Burkhardt, Al Michaels, and Dion Dawkins.
Oh.
Now that's Wednesday.
Right.
So The Buffalo Bills offensive tackle is just going to be one of the featured guests on the schedule release. My guess is, what are they going to do? They're going to want to have some conversations about the Bills' schedule. Dion, what do you think about blank? Now, what are the things they might ask Dion Dawkins about? I know. Well, Dion, we see the schedule here, and it looks like such and such will be the final game at Highmark Stadium, regular season. What will that be like? Isn't that definitely a question for Dawkins as part of... Okay.
100%.
As part of the same story at NFL.com. Ahead of the release of the 2025 schedule, the league's broadcast partners will announce select games on the following days. Very well. Again, this is just a theory. I don't know this. I'm not reporting this. I'm just tying together some threads. On Monday,
3 games get announced?
When we are back on Monday, on the Today Show, we find out a game from NBC. That's probably the NFL kickoff opener, the first game. Okay. Eagles and somebody in Philadelphia, the NFL kickoff Thursday night.
Eagles-Cowboys. No, it won't be division.
Could be.
It won't be division.
Fox will announce one. And
not going to be the Bills.
Prime Video will announce one. Now, let's go through the history of Prime.
Let's do it. Short.
It used to be that Prime would announce the first game. Chargers-Chiefs was announced as like a week 2 game. Maybe the first ever Prime game was Chargers-Chiefs. Then Prime got into the Black Friday game. What does Prime have this year? The third Christmas game.
Yep.
The first 2 are on Netflix, and the third one is on Prime. So Prime has a Christmas game. Prime gets to announce its big, hey, look what you can get on May 12th, Monday. They will announce one of their games. Will it not be the Bills on Christmas night? The night game, 8 p.m. in Buffalo. Close the stadium with Josh Allen, the NFL MVP, against, you decide. Is that, Patriots? Is that Cincinnati?
Yeah.
How big of a game do they want for that? The NFL schedule always has a degree of gambling that this game will still be important way down the line.
Right.
But, you do the best you can. Bills, home, Highmark, 8 p.m. Christmas night. That's my bet.
And that's the regular season finale at the stadium.
Yes. Yep. What a special occasion it would be.
Yes.
Would Bills fans feel more inclined to go on Christmas if it's, hey, it's the last one over here?
And if it's night, it's Christmas Day, yes. Yeah.
So I posted a couple of Twitter polls about this. One, if they're going to play on Christmas, I almost wanted to say, once we accept that they're playing on Christmas, the better off we're all going to be.
They are, yeah.
Would you prefer home or away on Christmas? Give us a call on this. We have wide open phone lines. It's Friday. We're mailing in the show. Kind of. 803-0550. Would you prefer home or away? Would you prefer 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock? Doing that, I'm able to piece together another poll, a third one, all in, based on that, home 4, home 8, away 4, away 8. Guess what everybody wants as their most chose? Home 8 o'clock is the choice. 57% want it to be home. 42%, that's leading the way, would choose it to be at 8 p.m. on Christmas night. And home 8 p.m. when put up against other options, that is the number one choice.
Here's why I would make an argument for away. And I love the conversation about why it could be home and it'd be their regular season finale. I'm good. If that's the case, I'm good with that. I think it's a good idea. Here's why I would tell you I think I could make a case for that game if they're going to play a night game or even just any game on Christmas for it to be away. Because if it's on TV and it's away, it's a 3.5-hour investment on Christmas. If it's home, it's an 8-hour. It's an 8-hour time investment on Christmas.
That's right. There's no disputing that. I mean, when you see what time a game is, it's like, all right, well, 3 hours before.
Yep.
And 2.5 hours after.
Yep.
There's no doubt about that.
It's a 8+ hour time investment on Christmas, and I think a lot of people are going to have to listen. If it comes out there's going to be lots of time to plan. So people will be like, oh, we're really excited about that. Might be our best tailgate of the year, but I would tell you, I think for most people, for it being away, I think it's why having the away games on Thanksgiving have been good for Bills fans. Is everybody can treat Thanksgiving normally, and then there's a Bills game inserted in the middle of it. And I think that's kind of how it would be if it was away. It'd be a normal Christmas with, instead of 24 full hours of A Christmas Story, it'd be like 18 hours of Christmas Story and then Bills football in the evening.
Thanksgiving prime time is also available.
Yeah,
and is that not a prime game? That's a
I
Thursday
believe-
night. That's Thursday night football. Maybe it's not Christmas night.
CBS, right, is the 12:30 game. Well, now a 1 o'clock game.
CBS
Fox is the second game.
And then NFL Network used to get that Thursday night game, but
It's prime, I would guess, because I think NBC. No, it's been NBC.
it has. Okay.
Yes, because I remember they did the Thursday and then they had to go back to back and do the Sunday night.
Okay. Well, could be Thanksgiving night. What if we get just like all the holidays?
I think there's a good chance that the Bills will have the most home primetime games they've ever had.
I
think they're going to get every network at home.
Yeah, that seems possible. And again, like 4:25 isn't exactly the prime time, but
it's the national
the
window.
standalone.
Yep.
Right, Nance and Romo are here for Bills.
But I think
Bills Bengals
Monday night, Sunday night, Thursday night, and a prime. Well, prime is. So what would be the other? Yeah, I think they're going to have a home primetime game on every network. This is the last year in the stadium. 100% to me. If they end up with, how many primetime games did they have last year without flex? 7?
You're allowed to have 6 and then add 1 in. I believe or 6 is the cap.
I think you can guarantee they're getting 6 with a potential flex at 7.
Yeah.
And 4 might be home.
If you had the power, would you undo it and play Sundays at 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes.
Isn't that just a thing we like to complain about without actually thinking we just want to play Sunday at 1 o'clock?
I remember.
Can anybody else
being envious?
Feel that?
I remember being envious of primetime. I'm no longer envious of primetime.
You would prefer 0. You would prefer
Not
to go back
0.
to. Well, that's what I'm
I like
asking.
1
you.
or 2.
You have the opportunity to go back to all Sunday at 1. You push that button?
Yeah, I would. Sunday 1 o'clock is just such an elite. It feels right. It feels like NFL football.
Nobody's seeing your games anymore. Well, I mean, you're still seeing some games. It's like 8 games on at a time.
Right.
You're not winning the MVP playing Sunday at 1.
Probably not. Well,
you might.
No, probably not.
You might.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. London is possible still, but there's a report that actually both spots the Bills could go would be locked up. It could be Pittsburgh in Ireland
Yep.
or Cleveland in London, and there's a report that Minnesota will get both of those games.
I would really like, if they're going to get an international game, the Ireland game would be, it'd be a really good game. I don't care. I won't even care who the opponent is, but if Bills Steelers in Ireland, you have probably the 2 best traveling fan bases in the league. That would be good. That'd be really good.
It does mean we don't get to go try and take over Pittsburgh, which, depending how late in the season that is, and if Mason Rudolph's their quarterback or not. They might trade for Romeo Doubs. They might add Aaron Rodgers. Still, like, Pittsburgh's offseason's not over yet. I mean, they just made it.
No, it kind of feels like it's starting.
Right, they just traded a receiver, so it's definitely still happening. Anyway, who's the best? If they're going to play Christmas, last year's Christmas games were good games.
They were good games.
They were 4 playoff teams in the AFC.
It was the Chiefs, right?
Chiefs and Steelers.
Yeah.
And Texans Ravens.
And that game, I remember, we were invested in that Chiefs-Steelers game.
Yes, because if the Chiefs won, they locked up the 1 seed. And they did. Like, it wasn't a close game either. They pretty much cruised the whole time.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
No. And then Houston and Baltimore was the same. Didn't Houston get their doors blown off?
That was the Tank Dell game. Right?
That Tank Dell, what? Tank Dell got hurt. He got hurt against the Chiefs.
Okay, so that was after that.
Yes.
Okay. It was like a week after that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texans, Chiefs, we were hoping for the Texans to show up, It was a whole season of hoping the Chiefs would lose a game.
Yep.
It's one thing about last year, like, and whether or not the Bills are able to get the 1 seed, and if they can do that, it might be a year where the AFC is more balanced. I mean, are the Chiefs going to go 16-1 again? I know they lost 2 because they lost one that didn't matter, but that race was not all that interesting. When the Bills won that game here, that was to keep it interesting.
Yes.
And then they lost the next week. And
the right to keep it interesting.
Yeah, and then it was kind of over.
Yeah.
At that point. The 1 seed would be nice.
The 1 seed would be great. We've been chasing that. The extra week, the Bills have been chasing that.
The get healthy week.
For
not just
6 years.
Not just the get healthy week, the 2 get healthy weeks. I mean, the Chiefs got 2 weeks to get healthy. And the Bills, of course, suffered more injuries along the way. 2 years ago, that was the case when they were down to the wire to try and beat Miami, which they did. They lost a lot of guys on the way, and it hurt you in the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, the way that their schedule lines up this year, they've got obviously a really tough home schedule.
The 5th easiest schedule I saw.
It's top heavy, and there's a lot of pushovers.
Yes. You're going to play the Jets twice.
The Jets twice, the Dolphins twice.
The Browns.
You'll be favored. Joe, yesterday or Wednesday, wondered, will they be favored in every game? When
maybe not
the
Baltimore.
Schedule comes out, Baltimore is home.
Yeah.
And they beat Baltimore last time they played. Will they be favored in every game they play?
They were underdogs. They were dogs at home in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, that's right.
So,
but when the schedule comes out, you'll get look-ahead lines for every single game. They'd be favored?
It'd be very close. I think so.
They were favored against the Chiefs. They're always favored against the Chiefs.
They always are.
They've been favored in Arrowhead against the Chiefs.
Yep. They sure have been. Was that 13 seconds?
They were not favored in 13 seconds.
They weren't.
No.
It was the next year.
I don't know. Yeah, they were.
No, are you sure it wasn't 13 seconds?
No, they were not favored to beat them in 13 seconds. No, I don't believe so. When I'm saying they've been favored to beat the Chiefs, they've been favored to beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead in the regular season.
Yes. Okay.
Playoffs. I think last year might have been a pick'em or a 1-point game. We don't talk about that game.
No, we don't. Last year's game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like the defense was terrible and there were a couple of bad spots.
A couple of bad spots and a
4th and 5
and a drop that you feel like,
Yeah. I guess we do talk about that game.
We do, yeah. Just not in the same framing as 13 seconds. For obvious reasons.
Sure. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I went back because of the Gabe news. I did see all of Gabe's catches from that game. So I saw a little bit of that game, and Allen and just, rifling the ball down the field all over the place.
I don't ever think we should normalize how insane that performance from Gabe Davis was and how much of an outlier it was for the rest of his career.
No.
Is there another player in NFL history, especially at the wide receiver position, that has ever had such a outlying one-game sample size and such a mediocre norm of who he is? Just such a one-game wonder. It's hard for me to fathom how you even get to a place where you can be that good in one game and not get remotely close to that ever again. In one other game.
Yeah, he had 200 yards, and last year, he had a lot of injuries. Last year for the season, he had 239.
Yeah.
But he got hurt a bunch.
He did get hurt a bunch.
Mediocre, sure.
Yes.
I don't want to...
Wide receiver 2.5.
Okay, sure.
That's what he is.
I don't want to downplay Gabe too much. Gabe was a nice player.
He was.
It was a great draft pick for the Bills. It was a good success story, and that was definitely his finest hour.
And there's nothing wrong with that being his finest hour. It's just, to me, him being, and because of that game, there was such an, I think, unfair optimism for him to use that game as a leaping board for him to be a great player, to be a true wide receiver too. That game makes you think he's got T. Higgins level ceiling. It just never materialized.
No.
Never materialized. It just was never as good. It wasn't even half as good. Is his next best game the Steelers game? It's basically one catch.
Well, if you're looking just for production, he had 2 big catches in that game, 2 big touchdowns.
Yeah.
He had his big moments. He had moments where he came through. We called him Big Game Gabe in part, largely because of 13 seconds. Yeah. But against the Colts in the playoffs, he was very, very good. Made a lot of important
sideline catches.
That's right.
Especially at the end of that game, at the end of the half.
He's a big-time success story for the Bills in terms of, using a pick.
And developing
it, and then saying goodbye at the right time.
Yeah.
Which is
clearly
a big part
clearly.
of it. Yep. I bet he catches on somewhere like I don't know, this weekend, soon?
Yeah, it'll be soon for him. And like you said Pittsburgh, I said New York. Both of those teams could use a big outside receiver. Makes a ton of sense. He's got history with Dable. That's where I would think it makes sense. But yeah, he'll be. I do find it like the Jaguars really changed that room in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. was the nice piece they had there, but it was Christian Kirk and Gabe. That was supposed to be their duo, and both are gone in 1 year. Brian Thomas and
Travis Hunter.
It's going to be awesome.
Yesterday, off the air, Josh, he got on a fake report.
The number thing where he was going to switch from 12 to 21.
Which I think, half kidding, should be real.
I also saw that tweet, and I knew
Travis Hunter was going to
immediately
have to
fake.
wear different numbers at cornerback and wide receiver, which is, of course, absurd. but
Yes, absolutely absurd.
He said it. I thought, there's no way that's true, but maybe it should be. Then you have to go to the sideline every time and change from, 21 to 7.
Velcro numbers.
Ooh. See? You've already solved the problem. Just swap a new number on to play the different position. I liked it.
I like Velcro numbers a lot.
I thought it made sense. 803-0550, our phone number. It's Jeremy and Nate. Nate's in for Joe today if you want to give us a ring. And Bills on Christmas. I expect it. We might find out as early as Monday. Maybe Thanksgiving night, but get yourself ready for that primetime schedule. When we return, Dhane Smith of the Buffalo Bandits. Bandits are on to the NLL Finals, waiting for an opponent. We'll chat about that with Dhane as they get geared up for the finals. You can get tickets, of course, still. So it's coming up. Little Bandits talk on the other side here on WGR. I woke up this morning to an Elliot Friedman tweet that said, Draisaitl wins it for Edmonton. It's like, okay, that must have been overtime, and Draisaitl wins it. And if you've not yet seen this goal, you've not?
I have not.
Allow me to tell you that, all due respect to Elliot Friedman, who is the best, but Draisaitl wins it, undersells what happens on this play. Greatly. What happens is, it's McDavid and Draisaitl on a 2-on-1.
Stop me if you heard that.
And McDavid does one of those looping back and then hit super warp speed, and he dusts Eichel into the center of the earth and then feeds Draisaitl for an open tap.
Wow, yeah, just literally, I pulled the video up. You commentated it perfectly at the, yes.
Listen, people around here like to poke fun at Jack Eichel for whatever reason they want to. That's totally in bounds and fair. But I don't know that a human forward on earth has a chance against McDavid at that speed. What are you supposed to do? He got, a 30-yard head start?
Trip him?
To go full speed, face on face with room on both sides at a forward. That is Derrick Henry in the open field against me. That is, it's over.
Seeing McDavid wind it up like that.
Oh, my God.
The nightmare fuel of every hockey player other than Leon Draisaitl.
Yes.
Like, everybody else on the planet sees McDavid take that little neutral zone loop and get low for that little outlet pass from his D, and he's moving. You got to get out of the way.
I will say,
Eichel should have laid down on the ice.
Yes,
to
avoid embarrassment.
Literally, probably the best move.
Or lay down, make him jump over you.
Yes.
Right. Make him jump a hurdle. That's all you can do. You're a hurdle for him to jump over. And then, as a goalie, seeing that coming, he's coming so fast, you can't play the pass at all.
Yeah.
Because he's flying at you.
Yeah. It's the first time I've felt bad for Jack Eichel since he's left. I felt bad for him on that one.
I mean, it's not. It's a 2-on-2 because right there's a defenseman back. It's a 2-on-2 that turns into a 2-on-1, and the goalie has no chance.
No,
zero chance.
Capitals even up their series against the Carolina Hurricanes, winning 3-1. Two teams will play tomorrow at 3. Game 3 tomorrow at 6 in Carolina. Late last night, the Oilers win Game 2 over the Vegas Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. They now have a 2-0 series lead in that series. Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. Minnesota Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 win over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed the game for the Warriors. His status for Game 3 is unknown at this time. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Dhane Smith with the ball inside the Vancouver zone, scores! The great Dhane hesitated, stuttered, and let it go and found Twine.
Bandits playing a bit of a waiting game here. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Joe's out today. Nate Geary is in. And when the finals get rolling, they'll be here on WGR. Bandits finals airing at WGR, and Game 1 is Friday of next week, 7 p.m. Pre-game, 7:30 start. Joining us on the Western Hotline is Dhane Smith. Dhane, good morning. It's Jeremy and Nate here. How are you today?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you doing?
We're all right. What are you guys doing to just burn this time? I mean, the layoff is maybe a nice break?
Yeah, you know what? Typically, I don't usually like the bye weeks because the momentum that we're kind of going into, we're playing well right now. That being said, we have an older team, and the teams that are on the other side are a little bit younger, so this well-rested time is nice. And we also played at the end of the year 12 games in 10 weeks, which didn't really help.
You also you mentioned older team, and you guys have experience in this department. The number of times you've been this far, of course, like going for a third consecutive, like this has to feel normal, or is it new every time?
It's I'd say it's new every time. It's every year you find a different way to win. Our first year we finished first, and I feel like we were expected to win. The second year we were barely going to make playoffs, and we had to win in a different way. And this year it's just been a kind of a roller coaster of a ride. So it's kind of cool every time we get to the spot.
You guys have had like successes and times where you fell short. Is it kind of a lesson about how the regular season is the regular season, but there's a peaking at the right time? Like last year would have been an example of that.
Oh, most definitely. You know what? It's a like you said, it's about peaking at the right time. I feel like our team started off the season very hot, and then we kind of went through our bumps and bruises throughout the year. And at this point, it's very nice to kind of find a way to win throughout these playoffs.
Dane, I saw a stat that said the Bandits average more attendance than 13 NHL teams and like 9 NBA teams. When you guys play those games at home and teams are coming in and aren't necessarily experiencing that every night they play, how big of an advantage, maybe more than in other sports, does your home field advantage play for you guys?
Oh, it's huge. And at the beginning of the year, you want to host playoffs throughout at home, and it's for that reason. That being said, I know a lot of teams love coming to Buffalo to play, and trying to win in front of a sold-out crowd is probably pretty cool as well. But when there's 19,000 fans screaming and shouting when you score goals or when you make a big play or big hit, it's amazing to have. So I think it kind of works both ways.
Dhane Smith on the Western Hotline ahead of the Bandits finals. You've got a big group here that also lives here year-round. You feel like that's something that has, helped to kind of form team bonds and led directly to on-the-field results because there's so many guys that are around and so close?
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like it's not very often for teams to have that ability. And luckily, a lot of guys here in Buffalo want to be here. Scott Loeffler's done a great job at setting us up here and making us enjoy it, and we work out together every day, and there's about, when I first started, there used to be 3 or 4 of us that lived here, and now there's probably more than half the team that lives down here in Buffalo. So it's an amazing city, and personally, I married a girl from Buffalo, and now I live here, so it's grown on me so much.
Dhane, how has it changed since you first got here? You've been with the Bandits for a long time, and whether that's just the NLL or the Bandits or being you, is it different going out on the town now than it used to be 5 years, 10 years ago for you?
Yeah, most definitely. It's a lot different now than it used to be. The fans are so welcoming. I feel like I go places and I get recognized, and it's all good things. It's just so much different than anything I've ever been used to. Obviously, coming here in 2012, it's been a lot different in the sense where it wasn't built the way it is now. It's a lot nicer down by the rink and whatnot, and it's pretty cool to see the development here in Buffalo.
Dhane Smith joining us on the Western Hotline. You were also selected as Team Canada's captain for the World Box Lacrosse Championship last fall in Utica. And, international lacrosse, it feels, with the Olympic Games coming up as well, feels like that's about to take the sport to another level.
Oh, most definitely. You dream to represent your country as a kid. Obviously, you dream to play at the highest level you possibly can. And now that the Olympics is in conversation, it's an amazing thing for the sport of lacrosse. Obviously, it's huge here in Buffalo, which is amazing. But that's the next step forward. I'm hoping I'm not too old by that time, and that's my goal. Yeah.
Will you get? How long can you make it? Can you make it Tom Brady's age? Some guys are able to stick around for a long time. He's got the tips and the tricks, the diet, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, I definitely take care of my body way more than I used to. Obviously, our coach, John Tavares, played till he was 44. By no means am I trying to limp out of bed as much as I do now. But that being said, I want to play as long as I possibly can as at a high level, and everything else hopefully take care of itself.
You might find out who you play as soon as tomorrow. The Russian Thunderbirds play. That series is still underway. So, when things get back up and running, we might have a matchup. This is where everybody asks, do you care who you play? And I would imagine you don't. There's nothing going on there as long as you're back home in front of the Bandits fans?
Yeah, exactly. You know what? We tried success against both those teams this year. Both close matchups. That being said, obviously, when it comes to playoffs, it's right out the door, and new game plans, and they're both great teams. And like you said, I'm just happy that we get to host playoffs here in Banditland.
All right. Well, best of luck, and will you be watching tomorrow night?
I'll definitely be watching, kind of see what they've been doing, but I'll be watching.
All right. Very good. Thanks, Dhane.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Dhane Smith of the Bandits. Their game one, whenever they play, is going to be Friday of next week, 7:30 start, 7 o'clock pregame. You can hear the game here on WGR. Dane's on a short list of professional athletes that I have been in the same gym working out with. That list includes Dhane Smith, a couple of NHLers here and there, and also Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, that's a good one. Because he's borderline not even human.
Brock Lesnar is like if the Hulk walked into a room. Yeah.
And so seeing him in his natural habitat.
And about to work out.
It's like seeing, I assume it's like what it was like to see like a white leopard. Like in the wild. Like, oh my God, did I just see a snow leopard in the wild? A woolly mammoth? Like that's about as cool/rare of an instance that you would probably ever have.
Yep. The UFC was in town. He was over at the Harbor Center gym, Impact there. And you know what you do when you see Brock Lesnar walk into a gym?
Don't make eye contact.
You say, holy bleep, that's Brock Lesnar.
And don't make eye contact. I don't want, what if my eye contact interrupted his concentration?
I'm not going to talk to him.
No. You don't talk to Brock Lesnar when he's working out.
I do not. That's right. That's right.
You don't touch the fence at the zoo, and you certainly don't go up to Brock Lesnar in the gym.
That was the second time again, like when you see someone like that's larger than life. There's another time at a UFC event in Columbus, walking outside the arena. I was like walking through the parking lot, and he walked right in front of me, and that's like a planet blocking out the sun. Like, who's that? Oh, that's Brock Lesnar. He's pretty awesome.
Have you ever seen like a true NBA giant in person before?
No.
Like a center?
Like a 7-footer?
Yeah,
No.
like Shaq
or Chet? Like, no. No,
so
I have not.
I was younger, and I went to a Toronto Raptors game. And they were playing Houston, and Yao Ming wasn't playing, but he was on the bench in a suit. He was
seated on the bench, and he was taller than you standing. Right?
Yes. And seeing what, like the tailor that had to create a suit for Yao Ming is it's the biggest suit I've ever seen. The size doesn't exist. To me, that was the craziest thing I've ever seen in person was Yao Ming in person.
I went to a Knicks game and I saw Steven Adams, and
he's an animal,
giant person,
Australian animal.
Yeah. All right, Dhane Smith. Good luck to the Bandits. It's next week, next Friday, that they'll be home against either the Rush or the Thunderbirds. Game 2 in that series is tonight. We're going to break in. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Again, the Bandits finals, those are going to be here on WGR if you want to give a listen. Halifax and Saskatchewan tonight and tomorrow. So by the end of the weekend, we'll know what the status is for the finals. Back to back to back. Going for it. Jeremy and Nate. Nate's in for Joe. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for... Here's the first question. When do we find our first Bills game? Monday, May 12th, NBC makes an announcement on the Today Show. Fox makes an announcement, and Prime Video makes an announcement. I really think there's only one spot for that one, and that's Prime. Because NBC will be the Thursday night kickoff game.
Yep.
It'll be Eagles and someone at home, whoever that is.
Yeah.
Then Fox will be what? Week 7. It's the Cowboys and the...
Yep.
Or something. Prime Video, May 12th. That's the first Thursday
night game. Yeah.
And that could definitely be the Bills. That could be the Bills. They did it where they were an early Thursday night game. Was that last year?
Was it the Jags?
I thought they played Miami on a Thursday early last year.
Home.
But they were on a Thursday early at one point, recently. Week 2. Week 2 against Miami. Maybe that's 2 years ago they did that.
Okay. It was in Miami.
Yes.
Yeah, because it wasn't here.
That's right.
Yes.
So I think the earliest we can learn about a Bills game
is Monday.
Would be there.
Yeah. And then on Prime. Yeah.
Yeah. It was last year.
It was. So that was home then.
It was
because they played early, they flipped.
It was in Miami. The Bills open with the Cardinals, 34-28. They win that game. They go to Miami. Remember, they pick off to Douglas. Jamarcus Ingram had a pick 6.
Yes.
They win in Miami 31-10. They run all over the Dolphins. So you know what? I'm taking it back. They're not opening on Prime. They're not opening on Thursday Night Football.
They're not going to do it 2 years in a row.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That was last year. So those are the first 3.
Maybe they throw a New England game in there early.
That's right, they could. ESPN on Tuesday. We find out some of ESPN's schedule on Good Morning America. And then on CBS mornings, we find out some of CBS's. And on Netflix on Wednesday, May 14th, we find out some of Netflix. So the full schedule comes out at night, but we're going to have, 15 to 20% of it by the time that reveal actually comes out.
I'm excited.
Do you have the WGR VIP golf card? You can get it at getmyperks.com. It is $129 for a lot of things that you can use if you're a golfer. Maybe a good gift here. It helps benefit PGA Hope, and here's how it works. You get a dozen golf balls from Encore Golf. You get $25 to Rick Zurek Golf Warehouse. You get an hour at Golf Dojo. You get 18 holes Destroyer Park Golf, 18 holes Atticus 10th Hole, 18 holes Diamond Hawk, 18 holes Shamrock Hills. Am I listing everything yet? Like all that for the price of $129, so you're saving an awful lot. Go to getmyperks.com and buy one. It's a great gift. Early golf season. I mean, we probably wish the season was a little further along right now. It's pretty rainy, Nate. It happens. So it's still early golf season. Give this as a gift. Father's Day.
Still plenty of time.
Mother's
Yes.
Day. Give it for Mother's Day. It's a great idea for a gift. WGR VIP golf card. Get them before they're gone. Doing some golf today. Was Dhane Smith out on a golf course? Anytime I hear birds chirping, he could have just been in his backyard. We should have asked him if he was out playing golf.
He's a golfer. He's pretty good, too. Plays in my club.
Yeah?
Him and he's got a couple other Bandit buddies that play. They're out there, especially in the summertime. They're out there a bunch. They love it.
Yeah, well, it's golf.
And then, they've been playing 2 seasons. They've been playing like in the other professional, the outdoor league. So they're getting their fix of lacrosse in, so they could take time to play a little golf. It wouldn't hurt them.
Right. 25 years ago today, a Sabres-Bruins series.
Oh, 25.
25. That's way back. That's before I'm watching the Sabres and here. Byron Defoe in net. Yeah,
wow.
Yep. They beat Boston in Boston to even a series at 1 game apiece.
How long ago was the Pittsburgh series?
Kasperitis?
Yes, Kasperitis.
Isn't that 25?
Is it?
2001?
Yeah.
2000,
That's
99, 2000?
So, my first Buffalo sports memories. Music City Miracle, Kasperitis.
2001, Eastern Conference Semis.
I'm a cursed child. I was a cursed sports child.
What's changed?
I'm a cursed sports adult.
The Royals have won.
Royals have won.
You like the Royals.
And that was good for me. That was a good experience for me. Yes. Since then, Notre Dame's been in the national championship twice.
How have they done in those games?
They have not done well.
Okay.
Haven't done well. Better this last time. It was kind of close. They made it seem closer than it was.
Yeah.
That was a tough watch for me. But yeah, Sabres Eastern Conference Finals '99. Like I remember a little of that. Apparently, that was Bulldog's wedding night.
Yes.
Which is even crazier. That's crazy. Well, not Game 7, right? Or was it Game 7?
It was Game 6.
It was Game 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Series ended in 6.
Yes, Game 6. Yes.
Maybe the Bills win the Super Bowl this year, and a million people like you and I that have had our sports lives defined by not winning, just all of a sudden have that big, shiny, boom, resume builder.
Would be. I also think that opens the floodgates for like all of my sports teams.
Yeah.
I did genuinely think for a little while, as the Bills and Irish were both sort of moving along in late January, that had Notre Dame won the national championship, first of all, I would have won some money. I would have then taken my winnings and placed them on a Bills bet to win the Super Bowl. It's too bad that I didn't get a chance to do that.
Maybe they'll win it this year.
Sammy P had some money on Notre Dame.
Who?
Sammy P.
I don't know who that
the
is.
Afternoon show. I can't say his last
Who's
name.
that?
Sam Petaljanovich.
Oh, all right.
From BetQL.
Well, good for him.
Well, no, he didn't win any.
Oh,
he had a lot of money on Notre Dame.
Bad for him.
Yeah, bad for him. Bad for him. He had a lot of money on Notre Dame, and he kept kind of telling me. And I kept asking him, "Are you gonna cash out?" He said, "No, I'm not gonna cash." All right, well, I'm not gonna cash out. I also had a long-standing Notre Dame bet that obviously didn't pay out.
We are going golfing today. We're not golfing together. You're going. Owen and Josh and I are going to go play some golf today. You can answer this question objectively.
Yes, I can.
And I'll ask it. Consider me a moderator in this situation, so I'm not talking trash about their golf games. I'm just the moderator here.
Okay.
Which is worse? Because in the last week plus, we have Exhibit A, Josh,
yeah,
who hit a tee shot approximately 2 inches directly into the ground right in front of the tee.
Nice. And did it plug?
Oh, way in.
Yes.
Where the contact was
It's a good
made.
top.
I would have needed a hand trowel to dig it out.
Yeah. Right to the ground to the point where it's like, thwack. I lost it. It's right. It's in the ground. What's worse, that or Owen, who, in the midst of a good round, had a brief mistake where he whiffed.
Missed the ball.
Yeah.
Completely missed.
Which is worse?
Definitely missing the ball.
Whiffing is worse.
Yes.
A foot slip, it was tough.
Missing the ball.
It was not good.
Is way worse than topping it and putting it a foot in front of you.
It's so demoralizing.
Yes.
It's so demoralizing.
I've seen good golfers do that. Like, hey.
Can you remember the last time you whiffed?
No.
Yeah.
That was the
I
first
don't know
time
that I
in a
ever
while
have.
I'd done that.
Yeah.
Move.
I mean, I had a year of the S words.
Yes.
I don't remember the last time I whiffed, but a year of the S words. That's why I'm allowed to to make fun
Totally.
of your one bad shot. I had a year of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy and I were playing together one day, and he had a case of the S's.
You've seen it.
And he just was like, "Hey man, I'm gonna get going." And he just we were on 16, and Jeremy just picked up his bag out of the cart and he walked.
Yep.
I mean, that went through my head when I missed the ball. It was only on 12, so that was a little early to pull the shoot.
Nate, I gotta go home. I gotta go home. Puts the bag on the shoulders.
Sometimes you got to know when to call
walked
it.
off the course.
You got to know when to call it.
Yeah, that's right.
Know yourself.
Nothing good is happening anymore here.
Know your game.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
It just shows my my resilience.
Right, ability to bounce back. I'm sure you golfed the next day. In fact, I don't know. Actually, I think you took a little break.
This as an idea, just because the schedule comes out next week, and there's definitely a lot of stuff pointing to prime time, maybe Christmas, last year at Highmark, lots of different things. Dion Dawkins is going to be a part of the scheduled release show on the NFL Network. He's the only player listed in the press release that's going to be a part of it. So whether that's talking Bills schedule, Bills stadium, we kind of pieced all that together. So if you want to throw that at us or thoughts on that, we'll have it. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, Nate in for Joe here on WGR. Paul, is this the kind of move you might have expected? This shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody. Is this the Sabres want to beef up their front office and maybe give Adams more minds to bounce things off of, more of a collaborative, whatever it might be. Like Adams needs bodies in the room to work with him.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, it didn't really hit me as, oh, this is awful or this is great. It's fine. I mean, basically listening to Eric Staal talk with Martin Barone and Brian Duff, it's almost and other teams have done this. It reminds me a little bit about when Daniel Briere went to the Philadelphia Flyers. It's almost like he's there for an internship. I mean, Staal, when the guys asked him about, what he'll be doing, he basically said, whatever they want me to do, I'm going to be there next week, and I'm just going to be like a sponge, like listening and learning and, learning the front office and every aspect of it. And he goes, whatever they ask me to do, I'll do. And, he does bring experience, that's for sure. He's a very smart player when he played, and he it wasn't that long ago that he just retired, so he knows the league very well. He knows the players he played against and with very well, so he can help from that standpoint also. And that's what the Flyers did with Briere. They brought him in and basically taught him every aspect of a front office operation. Then they made him the general manager of their minor league team, but he actually went there and lived in the city, which, Carmanos doesn't do with the Sabres, and it looks like maybe he might not be back. He more was, doing things remotely. So, I could see maybe Staal. I don't know if he would be the GM of the Amerks right off the bat, just coming into the organization. But, I could see him, moving into a role like that eventually. But, it's fine.
Good morning, Bills. Rookie minicamp gets underway today down at One Bills Drive. Our own Sal Capaccio will be live providing updates on all the Bills rookies and more. Coverage of the Bills rookie minicamp on WGR is presented by Fiegel Car and Joyce, your border attorneys, and brought to you in part by Window Nation, the perfect fit for your home and wallet. Last night in the NHL playoffs, the Capitals even up their series with the Hurricanes, winning 3-1. The two teams will play Game 3 tomorrow at 6 p.m. in Carolina. And late last night, the Edmonton Oilers win Game 2 in overtime over the Vegas Golden Knights by a score of 5-4. Former Sabre Victor Olofsson scoring his first 2 career NHL playoff goals in the loss. The Oilers now lead that series 2-0 and will play Game 3 tomorrow in Edmonton at 9. Only one game in the NBA last night. The Minnesota Timberwolves cruised to a Game 2 victory over the Golden State Warriors, winning 117-93. Steph Curry missed the game with a hamstring injury, and he's unknown for Game 3. Game 3 is tomorrow in California at 3:30. Tonight in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers and Cleveland Cavaliers tip off for Game 3 at 7:30. Pacers lead that series 2-0, and the Thunder and Nuggets tip off for the late night game tonight in Colorado at 10 o'clock. That series is tied at 1 game each. Over in the NHL, the Toronto Maple Leafs head down to Florida to take on the Panthers in Game 3 at 7 o'clock. Toronto leads that series 2-0. And the Stars and Jets square off in Winnipeg for Game 2 at 9:30. Dallas leads that series 1-0. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hey, final hour for us. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up at 10. Jeremy and Joe. Nate is in for Joe today. We're usually talking, you and I, Bills pregame.
Yep.
During the season. So we'll find out how many times, when, and where we're hanging out for the Bills games next year. Are we hanging out on Christmas, Thanksgiving, Black Friday, Monday nights? Although Monday nights mean we don't do a pregame. Same with Thursdays, because then it's just
that's
like
right.
part of
You show up in
programming.
Bulldog.
Yeah. Anyway, schedule stuff. The league has announced the schedule of some schedule announcements starting Monday. So Monday we could know a Bills game. Prime Video announces one. Maybe that's Black Friday. Maybe that's Christmas night, Thanksgiving night. We'll see. 803-0550. If you want to throw a call our way, free anything. Free for all. Free for all Friday morning. We've got open phone lines, and Bill Nakawana's got something for us. So we're going to go to Bill. Hey, Bill, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys. This is not an endorsement that I think we should bring Gabe Davis back, but I do think the Gabe Davis cultural erasure, especially from Nate this morning, saying the one big game, I get all that. He had a lot of drops, kind of an easy target. But I think we got to remember when we think of Gabe Davis, without him, we probably don't beat the Colts in the wild card game. And the Bills, as we know, it doesn't really even get off the ground right before halftime. Those 2 incredible sideline catches, go down the field and score. The Bills kind of looked dead in the water before that. I've just, had to call in. I think it's something to be remembered as we twist the knife on air and game. So thanks, fellas.
Yeah, thank you. So Bills Colts, that playoff game. What I remember about that game is a couple things. I mean, the Bills, they were down right before. So that drive, let's do that. Because Gabe did have, decent numbers on that drive and big catches. The Bills gave up 472 total yards to the Colts that day.
Yeah, they gave up some yards to Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. And
that was Phillip Rivers' last NFL game.
The Colts had 14 fourth-quarter points in that game as well. But the Bills score right before the half with a Josh Allen touchdown run to take a 14-10 lead. They were trailing at home to the Colts 10-7. And then a couple of big plays from Allen. He runs one in. It's 14-10. The Bills go up on a 35-yard touchdown pass to Stephon Diggs, 24-10. And then they hold on to win 27-24. Gabe Davis erasure, he claims. I would agree with that. Davis, to me, was always good.
Yes.
And if we could go this far, the sins and the things that people are saying about Gabe now they were true when he was on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And, would you say the Bills wide receivers lost them games during Gabe's tenure? Maybe you wouldn't say that. But we knew they probably should get somebody else in there for 2 years when he was here. And now they are better off in terms of from a depth standpoint. Like they have much better depth. I mentioned with Joe when this broke, if this were May 9th, 2024, Gabe would be a reasonable idea for the Bills because they didn't have, Josh Palmer at that point or Elijah Moore. They now have guys that are in the mix that weren't before. MVS and Mac Hollins were the two guys they were counting on the outside with Keon Coleman as well. So a year ago, this would have made more sense. Now, I don't think it would be a bad idea, but I do agree with people that say, what do you really expect? And there's one thing about this as well. Would he play special teams? He might be willing to do anything.
Sure.
But he's probably much more likely to have an opportunity to play actually wide receiver for another NFL team.
I just think, and listen, I can appreciate the Bills' points because I think you can live in a world where you appreciate who he was in the early portion of his career here in Buffalo. There was a point where all of us were like, why isn't he playing more?
Right.
He's making big plays in big moments. He should play more his rookie season. And I think you can sit in a camp where you're like, he was great. They extracted as much possible value as you could get out of a fourth-round pick at wide receiver. And both player and team are in a different place. If you don't have Keon Coleman on your roster, I'm the first in line to say go sign him for a vet minimum deal. You can't lose. He's already getting paid from Pittsburgh, a 1 year, or Jacksonville, right. Yeah. And so I just think I'm over that, and I also think you have to live in a world where if you're trying, there are people out there that have given up on Keon Coleman. I'm not exactly one of them, but I'm definitely leaning more towards I don't think he's going to be good. And this is the year you got to know. You're not going to wait another year to find out if Keon Coleman can be good. You have to know right away. You have to know in the first 6 weeks of this year.
Leaning toward he's not going to be good.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it so binary, he's good or he's not.
Okay.
Can he just be Gabe? Can I get him to be Gabe? Here's my prediction for Coleman.
Wouldn't be great for me. Second-round pick. Not a fourth-round pick.
Yeah, you got a second-round pick, and he gives you 4 years of productive football with, you have a double-digit touchdown season in there, part of a good offense. If he has Gabe's 4 years, there's a great question. Would you sign up for that? I would sign up for that right now. Yes. Because if we don't go, the caller there is wanting to talk about Gabe erasure. Let's go back during it. Gabe was good enough that some people thought he didn't get enough credit.
Yeah.
And we argued about how good he was because he would have big moments. And to me, if Coleman he has big moments and we wonder, is there more in there? He shows signs of it. To me, that can be a success. Not every wide receiver is going to prove to be a bona fide, certified number one stud. And a second-round pick who was, the seventh receiver taken that year, he gives you 4 years of what Gabe gave you. I think that's fine. I would probably take that. If you want to tell me there's more there, I wouldn't dispute that he could probably have a better 4 years than Gabe had. But I would not list Gabe's 4 years for Coleman. I wouldn't call that a failure at all. Even though it's a second-round pick and Gabe was a fourth, I still wouldn't call it a failure at all.
Would you call it best-case scenario?
No, I think there's scenarios that it could be better than that.
Okay.
I wouldn't call it best-case scenario. I might sign up for it.
Yeah.
Because I think that is a fair return on what he is. And part of the point there is it's cheap.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Is he your... Well, whatever. I think it could be fine.
I think, does this matter to you? It might not matter to you. I think the reason that I kind of would want or need him to be better is because they had a chance at Ladd McConkey and they took him instead. And I think Ladd McConkey is going to be a top 15 receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, so that's the thing. There's going to be different skill sets and different jobs, and here's what I don't expect. I don't expect Coleman to elevate to a point where teams are game planning for him all the time.
I agree.
Like last year, what we saw was defensive coordinators, some of them got burned by him, but they didn't really show a lot of concern for him. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is the way that it goes. Like, hey, we need you to man up that guy, and there's going to be games where the Bills win that battle. Will he win it enough to get a lot of double teams and a lot more attention? That I don't necessarily expect. But there's a lot of different ways to win. And the way that Joe Brady uses his receivers, we could say everybody eats and all that. The way he uses them, he's got them in clearly defined roles. And when Coleman was healthy last year, he was in a pretty good role. I mean,
yes.
I'm not
post-injury Coleman probably has blurred my line a little on pre-injury.
There's also like a fundamental question here about this. Like you just compared him to Ladd. Does he have to be better than Ladd McConkey to be a success?
I don't think so.
Does he have to be better than Xavier Worthy to be a success or more productive? Not necessarily, no. Does he have to be better than Brian Thomas Jr.? No.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
He's got to be a guy that plays for 4 years and is a part of the offense, and like that's really all I really need. I don't think developing into a star is going to happen, but I'll leave it open. I mean, he's super young, and he's got a lot of ability, so I'm not pessimistic or down on him. I'm just kind of I want to say I'm even keeled if I could. Is that fair?
You're allowed to do that. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
You're a little more concerned.
I'm concerned. I think that's the right way of describing what I am.
The place where concern would come in is if there's another case of the Bills thinking a player at that position is more than he is. Because they have been guilty of that a couple times.
Totally.
A couple times. Lee in Buffalo. Hey, Lee, what's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're doing all right.
Yeah,
I think. Nate, answer for yourself. I'm doing all right. Nate, you?
I'm doing all right.
All right.
I'm in.
Speaking on I have two things here. Speaking on the Gabe Davis situation, I think the one you guys left out is when Gabe Davis had those big games in the playoff game against Kansas City, and he did have some decent games with the Bills, but let's not forget Stephon Diggs on the other side was getting all the attention. That's why he was sort of successful here. And on the other note, I know you said it's an open segment or whatever. I just think Pagula's giving up on the Sabres because the Bills are a big moneymaker. I'm getting annoyed that they keep going after these ex-players that think they know a lot about hockey just because they played. They need to just go into a basket and try to grab a rabbit out or a decent egg and say, hey, we need a decent coach, a decent general manager, and get this culture back the way it was, just like the Bills did. The Bills went out, they got football people, football minds, and they keep going after these has-beens. And it's like going back to your ex-girlfriend.
Well,
it's never going to be fixed.
Let me ask you this, Lee. You, without necessarily disagreeing with the concept, isn't the entire NHL just going back to retreads? I mean, Joel Quenneville is going to be the Anaheim coach. Like the whole league is the same 36 people are head coaches, and the same 42 people are GMs.
Well, if Joel Quenneville's coaching, they might as well hire my 75-year-old father.
That's
I'm just saying.
That's what Anaheim's doing. Anaheim's going to hire Joel Quenneville. And Mike Sullivan left the Penguins and went right to the Rangers.
Like in a day.
And Peter Laviolette will coach another team in 2 days. And on we go. Like, you just get it's the same group of people. So I'm not saying that you're wrong to want some sort of radical change, but going to former players, that's what all of these teams are. A former player that used to play for us is our GM. It happens all over the place.
Well, the thing that I try to look at is you take a look at when Pagula bought the Bills and the Sabres, it just seems like he's giving all his attention. Like Bean just has a checkbook. He could do whatever he wants. And Adams don't have nothing. It's like he's afraid to spend money over there. Or Pagula just doesn't really care because everybody knows that the NFL is a billion-dollar business, and they make more money off of TV revenue than they do people going to the games.
Right.
Thanks,
Lee. Go ahead. One more point?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks for the phone call. One thing I was going to say in terms of like the checkbook and how Bean can do anything he wants, there is one question that could be asked about the Bills that it isn't often asked because I'm kind of I'm kind of salary cap pilled on this idea. You know, as they say, like what I mean by that is the salary cap and like what the Bills do. The Bills could definitely spend more.
Yes, I agree.
Definitely. The Eagles
could spend more.
Eagles are a team that does spend more, push more off into the future. How do they have all these guys on big contracts? The answer is that they spend more. The salary cap is this workable construct. And any idea that you have to be up against the cap, like, it's one thing. Listen, Brandon Bean and I don't agree on a lot of things. We do agree on a lot of things, too. There's plenty of things we do agree on. One thing I don't agree on is the idea that the Bills have to make concessions because they have a top quarterback salary. I don't think they do at all. Allen's cap hit this year is 10th. They can move that as late as they want. They can move so much money into 2030. It's one thing the Eagles do that not a lot of other teams do. So the Bills are not alone in this department. And I don't know if that is Bean doesn't want to go all in again. He says he wants to be competitive year after year, and he will be, and he has been. Like, there's a good track record of that. But they could commit more, and they could do more void years. And they've got a void year on Joey Bosa. And, you know, without getting too far into the weeds, the salary cap and dead cap comes to taking loans. I've actually got some numbers on this. Let me give some of this. Because
would you say comfortably that they are pressing to 80% of what they could potentially do to the roster?
Because they're not spending in the way that the Eagles do. Again, It's important to point out, nobody is. The Bills do have a lot of money pushed off in the future because of Josh Allen. But here's some number on dead cap, okay? I forget where I found this because it's in my notes as a note to bring up. All right. So in 2023, 4 of the 5 teams with the league's highest dead money in cap made the playoffs. Dead money as some sort of limiting factor, like it's not a thing you really should worry about. Cap jail for the Bills, Josh Allen is their constant. 4 out of the top 5 in 2023 made the playoffs. The Dallas Cowboys in 2014 had done it with league-high dead cap. There had been a big gap, and the cap keeps going up so much that now dead cap teams are making it. Who was the other incredible dead cap team last year? Denver.
Yes.
They made the playoffs.
Russell Wilson.
Rookie quarterback, sure. But,
they had Russell Wilson's albatross
How
on
could
there.
you take this dead cap? They made the playoffs.
Yep.
They're fine. The Rams won the Super Bowl, despite playing with the 4th highest dead money total in the league
and
that
no
year.
draft picks.
And no draft picks. The defending Super Bowl champion Eagles right now, they have the NFL's second best winning percentage since 2021, despite being among the NFL's top 8 teams in dead money each of the last 4 seasons.
Yeah.
The dead cap, all that. I feel like we are kind of treated like as football fans to worry about this. And the reality is that teams, if they have owners that are going to pour money into it, don't have to worry about it as much. There's a quote in here from a GM. It's the same money, or an NFL executive. If I give somebody 10 and I decide to prorate it, it's the same 10 that's going to affect my cap the same way. But if I'm doing it where the value of the cap is not 100, but it's now 150, why wouldn't I take it into those times? The cap goes up so reliably every single year. Real people like us, we don't borrow money and then, hey, when you're ready to pay this back, by the way, you're going to have 50% more to pay it back with.
Yes. You're going to make more money every year. So and it's predictable.
Right.
So I'm going to spend more on my credit card knowing that in 2 years I'm going to make 50% more than I am right now.
Right. There's not interest on your debt.
Yeah, right.
Rather, there's interest on your income you can count on almost. Up 20% every year. So, you know, is it because Bean doesn't want to operate that way? Does Pagula not want to operate that way? What Jeffrey Lurie of the Eagles does, like, they've put a ton of money into 2030's dead cap, and there's going to be massive dead cap hits coming for the Eagles in 2030. But guess what? The cap by then will go up like $180 million, and they're just not worried about it. They're playing that kind of game. So, you know, the Bills are up against the cap again, and you could point to a lot of different reasons about that, but there are ways that teams can just, like, the cap is real. But you can absolutely do more within it than some teams like to represent that you can. By the way, I teased the thing coming to this break, and I never got to it. Malachi Starks. Sorry. Ravens safety Malachi Starks. I was going to get this in because I just remembered. Says he wants to pick off Josh Allen, which I think is a high compliment, right?
Yes.
Super high compliment.
It used to be Brady that the young guys would come into the league and say.
He says, I want the MVP. I want to get Josh Allen. Ravens rookie safety, quote, I want to get Josh Allen. On which quarterback he's looking forward to picking off the most. I want to get Josh Allen. That is a compliment.
Yes, it is.
That's, I want the best.
Yeah.
I want to get the. And, by the way, now he's the best who doesn't throw picks anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get that guy.
That's even more so.
Old Josh Allen, if you said that, he'd be like, well, he gives
it away a
That's
lot.
like the Jalen Ramsey. Like, he's going to give me the ball.
Right.
Anyway, Malachi Starks, I want to get Josh Allen. Scott in Rochester. Hey, Scott, what's up?
Hey, guys. I was curious and kind of thought I don't watch a lot of hockey nowadays. When the offside challenge became a thing, it was a huge turnoff, I'm not going to lie. But I do watch the highlights. And seeing McDavid dog walk Jack Eichel like he did last night, what kind of world do you think we live in if the Sabres actually won that lottery and McDavid becomes a Sabre? Do you think the trajectory of this franchise is altered, or do you think they're still kind of just if I'm being honest, the joke franchise they are now, just spinning their wheels if they get McDavid? Because if you remember during that draft, everyone was like 1A, 1B, 1A, 1B. I don't think it's 1A, 1B at all. I think McDavid was clearly the one, and Eichel was clearly the two, and you're seeing it now more than ever. I was just curious what you thought, though.
Sure. Thanks, Scott. It's tough to know because McDavid is definitely a better player, but, I mean, the Sabres, to say the problem I always have with that question is it makes it seem like, well, if only Eichel were better, they would have been better. And the dude is incredible. He is very good. If you watched that game last night, he was amazing for them. Eichel was amazing in this game and has won the Stanley Cup and should have a Conn Smythe and was amazing for the Sabres. And he had Reinhart as a running mate. So the Sabres had so many good pieces in place. Had they had McDavid, maybe yes. Maybe they make the playoffs. We don't have a drought. Maybe we're sitting here living life like the Minnesota Wild, who have made the playoffs a bunch of times in the first round and gotten knocked out, and we're mad about that. So I don't think there's any questioning, like, McDavid is the better player. And, 1A, 1B was often said, but what it was about was Eichel would have been the first pick in most drafts, just not that one. So, Eichel's in the Dahlin draft. Who goes first? It might be Eichel. Yeah. Eichel's in the Owen Power draft. Who goes first? That is definitely a Jack Eichel.
Definitely.
On and on. So it's not. I don't think it's an unfair question. I think the answer is probably that they would have been better because McDavid's a better player, but he also might have grown disillusioned.
Yeah.
He also did want to come here, so that might have helped. McDavid wanted to come here.
Yeah. Well, were they also getting Leon Draisaitl? So I don't.
Well, they had Reinhart. If they have McDavid and Reinhart, they're Team Canada.
Yeah,
and they're probably better. But I just feel like when you do that, you take a small step to bailing out the organization on something that they just shouldn't have blown to begin with. So,
agreed.
But I think it's a fair question. And McDavid, that play is just like, if you haven't seen it, holy cow! It's not one of his dangle makes a goalie look stupid. He sets up Draisaitl for the winner, but man, nuts! I don't know if he has a comparison in sports. There's not an NBA player that is so far above in movement the way that McDavid is in hockey.
No, there's not. It's not even close.
Is there an NFL player?
No.
I mean, Allen is close to be like, no one is like him.
Yeah.
But even Allen, I don't think the next best guy to
Lamar?
Allen.
In a different way?
Sure. McDavid, there's nobody there's nobody.
There's no one you could say, well, you have Allen, but you also have Lamar. They're different in how they're unique. They do similar things, but they do it very differently. There's no comparison in the NHL of, well, he's kind of like McDavid. He just does it differently.
Yeah.
There's just not. There's not even close to a comparison.
803-0550. We're going to break in. On the other side, we'll get your calls on Keon Coleman. You got people fired up about Keon Coleman, Nate. I think you're a little too down, a little too much of a hater there.
Sorry.
All right. We'll get some more calls in on that. If you're on hold, stick with us. 803-0550 on WGR. Well, he's got a brand new crop of rookies. And, Sal, you talked to McDermott about team building and the things he thinks are important. What do these rookies have in store for them? They would have met McDermott throughout the process along with Brandon Beane. And here they are, time to go to work at your new office.
Yeah, so we asked him what they're looking for, right? Matt said, what are you looking for this week with rookies? And are you looking for just how they interact with their team? Are you looking for how they can interact with their coaches? The talent, the skill, those kinds of things. And, one thing Sean talked about was what they look for is really the body type, when you get up close to them on a football field and how their bodies, kind of play the game, right? They're long. Do they use their length? They're fast. Do they use their speed? There's a difference between doing it at a combine versus doing it, on the football field. Those kinds of things. It's really interesting. I asked him a question of, has there ever been a rookie throughout your time where you just show up and you're like, oh, that guy's special. He's different.
Yeah.
I'm not going to reveal it. You guys could probably guess somebody he's coached, though, in his life that this was that the answer was, okay? But he gave a great answer and a great story about a player that he had years ago. And he's like, I don't really know if this guy, he's watching him, and all of a sudden they go to 11-on-11 team drill, and he's like, oh, my God. You know what I mean? Wow. So I'll let you go listen to that. But in the meantime, that's the kind of thing that they're looking for. Okay, how does this translate onto the field from everything we've seen? They learn about the players off the field through the scouting staff, including Brandon Beane and his group, and just how each player is going to come in and who each guy is, the personality of that player. Let's remember, guys, last year, Keon Coleman, right, for example, 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. Tremaine Edmonds just turned 20 years old when he comes into Buffalo. But last year, you also had Ray Davis, who's 25 years old. This year you have Landon Jackson, who's married already at 22, right? You have all these different kinds of players and these backgrounds and these personalities that you're bringing in for the first time.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and Bills Squad as well. I do a show now with Joe and Jerry O on YouTube, live on Mondays and Thursdays. A little round table. We've had a good time with that. Posts in the Locked On Bills podcast feed as well. Jeremy and Joe, Nate is in. Two quick things. Jersey numbers coming out for a lot of the rookies. And I've got two thoughts.
Okay.
The Bills have escaped any sort of jersey controversy.
Agreed.
Everybody's wearing good numbers. I saw Zach Jones coming up with the Extra Point Show coming up 10 o'clock. Zach is correct in that Jackson Dart has chosen a bad number.
Oh, no.
6 is a
I like
6
6.
is a bad number.
I like 6.
Oh, well,
6 is becoming a good number.
Thank you for proving our point.
Bad number. Who wears it that we don't like it? Or is it just the aesthetic?
Baker wears it?
Yeah.
Okay, Baker makes it cool.
Yeah.
Baker has done some work on 6. Who else wears 6?
I
Jay
agree.
Cutler?
It's your legacy.
You're saying he's going to help rebrand 6?
Yes. I like Jackson Dart.
Rebrand a 6, sure, but like one guy doesn't make the rule.
Yeah, Mayfield
makes it kind of cool.
I got to give a little bit to Mayfield. I forgot about him.
Yeah.
He makes things cool. All right, there's another one. There's another rookie who has a number who has taken on, you want to talk about rebranding a number? This player has taken on the largest job of all. Luther Burden's wearing 87.
Yeah, that's
87. He's trying to wrench it back from the tight ends.
That's
That's
a
right.
character red flag.
Yeah, that's
87.
That's
like
concerning.
fade him in fantasy. 80. Get
it's
out.
Gronk and
Eric Decker?
Eric Decker.
Get out. Burden. I mean,
We wanted him in the first round?
good. No, not if he was going to wear 87.
Yeah,
No.
that's a bad aesthetic. To me, it's that 87's about aesthetic. It is not a good aesthetic.
It's a slow number.
6, you can make 6 like Jackson Dart in 6. He already has a very elite level aesthetic. Visor,
Name.
arm sleeves.
Okay.
Like he's going to elevate the aesthetic of 6.
I'll give him this also. 6 looks good with a short name.
Yes.
Dart 6.
Yes. Like
Oh, wait a minute. Now it's even better. That's a dart for 6. Come on. He throws a touchdown.
That can work. I just two is good.
I've changed.
12 could work. Well,
Jackson
12,
Dart is
12's
now.
tough with a short
Jackson
last
Dart
name.
is fantasy pick 1.1.
8's bad. If it was 9, I would agree. 9's bad.
Stafford
for a
has
quarterback.
9. Come on, Stafford.
Stafford and Breeze, they kind of make 9.
I think
They make it work.
9's fine.
Well, it's not 19.
No, don't even get me started about 19 as a number.
It's Kansas City, Montana. That's it.
By the way, Allen's doing 17 some work.
Oh yeah.
What was 17 before Allen?
It was Rivers with his awful throwing motions.
Right.
Aesthetically, it was a crime.
Braylon Edwards.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's it.
Josh is going to be the all-time 17.
Yes. He is now, I believe. I don't believe that anyone's got him right now as we speak.
Best athletes to ever wear number 17. Shohei Ohtani, Devontae Adams.
Yep.
Havlicek, Chris Mullen.
Havlicek.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris Mullen.
See that video yesterday going around the internet about Sean McVay talking about Devontae Adams? It's pretty cool. He's
it is.
In a team meeting, showing his players some cut-ups of Adams, and it was cool. It's cool. All right, we'll get some more calls in here. Rob in Connecticut. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Nate. And there is no hating on Nate. You're entitled to your opinion about Keon Coleman. I was sitting here listening, and I was saying to myself, you know what? I remember when James Cook came into the league, and I had high expectations for him. And, of course, he fumbled the ball. He wasn't catching the ball, and he really didn't have a great first season. But then he kind of blew up as time went on. And I'm thinking about Keon in the same aspect. Like, he did okay for his first year, but I have better expectations for him this year. I think he's going to do a lot better. He's going to get outside himself and definitely knowing the system a little bit better. I think he's going to feel more comfortable now that he's in his second year. My concern is with Dalton Kincaid. I don't know what he's going to do this year because he had a great first year. His second year wasn't so great. And I'm kind of like hesitant in seeing what he's going to do. But I think Keon Coleman's going to do very well, especially with the other receivers that are coming in with the Buffalo Bills this year. So you guys are doing a great job. Thank you for a great week. And Jeremy, have fun out on the links today.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. Here's a good question about those two. If you could pick.
Which one?
Because both of them have a good case. Maybe they both will have good seasons, bounce backs, or take steps forward. Which of the two would you prefer?
Hits
their ceiling. You get a choice. Kincaid.
That's a good question.
Or Coleman hits the ceiling. Or if you want to make it Kincaid or Coleman becomes what they were drafted to be. Who would you rather hits that?
Kincaid.
I think my answer is also Kincaid. For Coleman, to me, I'm just comfortable in not asking him to be more than he should be. And what he should be is a fine receiver that's going to win one-on-one.
Nobody compared him to the best player
to
ever play his position.
That's right. I mean, every pass-catching tight end's going to get Kelsey.
Yep.
And those comparisons. And for Coleman, it wasn't, he's Mike Evans.
Right.
That comparison's not been made, really. So I'm kind of comfortable in him being good. Like, I don't need you to be great. I need you to be good over there. Mike Catalana points out that Dart wearing 6, it's not just touchdowns are worth 6, but Dart pick 6. That's an easy Photoshop. That's an easy Photoshop.
Yes, it is. I am totally on board with it being Kincaid. And I think it's because what the feeling of having a truly elite tight end would, I think, be, especially looking at the Chiefs' model offensively, it just is built around.
Which part of the Chiefs model? Is it the part of the Chiefs model they relentlessly spend first and second round picks on wide receivers? Is it that part? No, different part. Go ahead.
That's a different part.
Okay.
Where everything sort of revolves around their tight end not being able, like nobody can cover their tight end.
Right.
So it just makes everything else easier.
And for Bean to make the comparison, like, hey, the Patriots back in the day, look at who Tom Brady had. Like, Coleman, or rather, Kincaid is not about to become Gronk. But if he hits his ceiling, an offense that runs through that, hopefully it comes to fruition. I don't doubt Kincaid's ability. Never have. Like, when they made the pick, it was never about doubting this player. It was always this fit. Like, okay. And to Kincaid's defense, look at the timeline. He's drafted into an offense that is changing to 12 so he can be a part of it. That lasts 8 games.
8 weeks.
The guy gets fired, and he's in a new offense. So
then gets hurt the next year.
And he's part of a new offense that is going to be more of a, power offense, 6 offensive linemen. They want to play more physical. They're making that change. And now they're telling him to get his play strength up a bit. So, it's about fit and how he fits in. So hopefully this year they can, really find that spot and carve it out for him perfectly, because I think there's tons of ability there for Kincaid. Dan in Buffalo. Hey, Dan, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I was just listening to you guys. You guys are absolutely right. I would rather have Kincaid be more successful. We know what Coleman is. He wasn't going to be that elite superstar, but I am big on Keon Coleman. I think he's a big, tall receiver. He had some injuries last year. What did he miss, like 4 or 5 games? I don't think he had a bad season he's very young. He's only 20 years old. I think you need a tall guy like that. The problem was they didn't have a burner on the other side. I know Matt Collins overachieved. Hopefully Palmer or Elijah Moore could do it. And the main reason why I called was I'm glad we didn't go back after Gabe Davis. I liked him when he was here. He was inconsistent, though. It's time to move forward. I just feel like if you could get a speed receiver on the other side, and hopefully Palmer will do it or somebody else, I just think Keon Coleman is so young that he's going to have upside, and you need a tall guy like that, even if he isn't consistent all the time, to win a championship. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, I have felt like Allen is going to look to him a lot. And we started to see that, red zone monster, above the rim kind of thing. I don't like fade passes, jump balls, unless it's someone that deserves that. that merits that, and I felt like Coleman could be someone for that. So here's a question. Ready for this? A little bit of breaking schedule news. Sal tweeted this. Pat Hammer just told Sal the Today Show teased Josh Allen's going to be a guest next week.
The Today Show is
the Today
NBC.
Show. Yeah.
Eagles, Bills?
That's here.
Right.
They're not. Are they not going to make the Eagles open on the road? Are they?
I don't.
We're not
think
opening
so.
the state. We're not. Check the Phillies' schedule. Are the Phillies home that week and there's nothing they can do about it? I'm going to check right now. Because it has happened once before, once or twice, that the defending champ opened on the road. And if we're looking at September, what's the date on that? 11th?
Thursday? I don't know what the date is, but yeah, right.
The Phillies are home. Could be the first Sunday night football game too, week 1. The Phillies are home.
Okay, could be the Sunday night game, yes. The Phillies are home that night?
Yeah, they don't play in the same stadium, but they share parking lots. Yeah, the Phillies are home on the 11th. Is Sal on the line? Call Sal real quick. Can you call Sal?
We got time.
I got to ask him this Mike North question. We'll get to Extendo Sports and ask Sal this question. The Phillies are home. They're going to play Sunday Night Football while the Phillies and Mets are playing at the same time.
Yeah, that seems...
in the stadium next door.
Wow.
Josh Allen on NBC's Today Show. Monday, the Today Show announces part of a NBC schedule announcement. All right, Extendo Sports. Then we're coming up with Sal real quick. All right, Sal's going to check in. I'm an idiot. The Phillies are away. I was looking at the second Thursday. What can I? Labor Day makes me confused. So anyway,
there goes that conspiracy.
But maybe Sunday Night Football as the opener. Sal Capaccio joining us on the Worcester Hotline. I was going to ask you some Mike North questions because Pat Hammer just said that the Today Show has teased Josh Allen will be on the show next week. Monday is when Today Show will be announcing some sort of NBC game. So the Sunday night opener?
Yeah.
Are you there?
So I don't know how you guys got immediately to the opener with the Eagles. I don't know how that happened.
Only because I was thinking of Thursday night when I saw the Eagles' schedule. I looked at the wrong Thursday, so that's the only reason I thought that, because they have opened on the road before. So scratch that. Now I'm at the Bills just opening Sunday Night Football.
Maybe. I think that's very possible here. I could very well be the Bills opening on Sunday Night Football on NBC. That's why they would have Josh Allen on. Typically what they do here is next week you're going to get a reveal on the Today Show, a reveal on Good Morning America, a reveal on the CBS Morning Show, something dealing with a game on a marquee night portion of their schedule that they'll talk about. Well, clearly this will be revealing something about the Bills on the schedule. Now, look, of course, does it have to be that? I guess not, but because Josh Allen and Haley Steinfeld and the movie Sinners and all that, but why would they not do that? That matches up in line. It could also be something later in the year, by the way.
Sure.
Think about who has other games. What does Christmas look like? What networks are they on? All those kinds of things.
Christmas is Netflix and Prime. We know that.
There you go. It's not going to be that. It's going to be a Sunday night game, I think, but it doesn't have to be week one. I think it would make sense. But he is the MVP, so it doesn't have to be week one. It could be, hey, they're going to be on week 2 or week 4 or whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be really funny, Sal, when they're like, week 10, Sunday, 1 o'clock at Cleveland. There it is,
I know,
Bills.
right? I know.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to start to fill in some gaps here starting right away on Monday morning.
Okay. Well, let's play a fun game, Sal. What is I have a very clear answer here. It is very much about how all these games are consumed by the Bills a little differently. If you were to be told Sunday opener, Sunday Night Football at home, what is the hottest potential opponent for that spot?
Hottest or most likely, in my opinion?
Hottest.
I think it might be both. The answer might be both.
Okay.
I think it's Lamar. I think it's the Ravens.
Okay, you think Ravens. I think the hottest one is Cincinnati. But that might just be my own Bills fans have opinions on Baltimore and Kansas City. And Cincinnati remains like even though they didn't make the playoffs and even though they have their own problems, Cincinnati remains like the dragon.
The quiet foe.
It's the dragon to slay. And to me,
you to take yourself out of Buffalo.
Oh, I know. I'm saying like what I think.
Another market. Are you? Is that resonating like Bills Ravens?
Yes,
You know
I think
what I
it
mean?
is. I think Burrow, Allen. Yeah, I think it does. I think it rates.
I don't think it does. I don't think NBC thinks it does.
Well, I mean, last year it was a Sunday night opener. Last year, Rams. Let me find that out. Sunday Night Football 2024. I think Bills Bengals rates personally, but I wouldn't say necessarily rates above. Last year, all right, whatever. We got to wrap. I got to go, Sal. I'm gonna go ahead and have a weekend. Have a good weekend, Sal.
You got it. You got it.
All right. Bye bye. He's